Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Saturday night on Untethered Live. You know what time that is? It's Politi-tics time. Time to get politically all the way around. Or something like that. I'm Jake Johnson. I'm your host, and tonight we're going to talk about getting that oil back. And all that other stuff. If my internet holds out. For some reason, I have issues. Looks good right now. Says it's excellent. We shall see. All right. Forget all of that. I'm just going to move on like it didn't happen. How is everybody? How's your weekend going? Here's to you. We got some stuff moving and shaking in the world. Our president's doing some things. People have feelings about it. I guess that's what we'll talk about. Or not. You know how it goes. Kind of goes either way. Amy's first in chat. She gets the gold star. Hello, Amy. Amy says, Romans 13:1. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities. That's the president. That's a good intro for tonight. For there is no authority except from God, and those authorities that exist have been instituted by God. So what he's saying here is that God is the authority of the universe, and the authority that is on earth was instituted by him. He allowed that to happen. The systems that we have that are in play, the way things function, the way the world is at large, he caused it. So, have yourself subject to the authority in which you are under. If you are a Canadian, be Canadian. If you're American, be American. Live and survive and do what you're told and be a good citizen. If you can't be, then you're an anarchist, and that's not good for anybody. And that seems to be what he's trying to say there. And if we happen to skip out tonight, I do apologize. We seem to be having internet issues once again. We just had it all fixed. I just had the guy out here, what was it, Friday? Digging around and changing all the stuff. And here I am with a good connection. Not an excellent one, a good one. Says I'm currently experiencing bit rate failure too low. So let me back it up and see if I can make it better. I probably can't. It's always something, isn't it? It's always something. I got it at as low as it'll go. I'm going down. I'll go down to 2,000. That's as far as I'm going. Now everything else skits out, and I got to restart everything. 1 second. All right, chat's back. Yep. There. That's the best I can do. So we'll just have to deal with it as it comes. Amanda will be here shortly. She's eating at the moment. And by the way, it is her birthday tomorrow, so everybody say happy birthday, Amanda. Amy says, hi, Jake and Amanda. Hi, Amy. Amanda says, here's your gold star, Amy. Thank you for being first in chat. Amanda says, hamburger helper hand, by the way. And hi, Untethered Live family. It's good to see y'all. I hope everybody is doing good. And hi, Jake. How are you tonight? I'm hot, actually. Why is it hot? It's wintertime. But I got my air on. It'll be okay. How are you? How are things going in your neck of the woods? Are you ready for your birthday? Do you feel like an old lady yet? Do you feel like a shoe? Isn't that what they say? Or there's an old lady in a shoe. Never mind. Forget what I said. Thank you to the people that provide the coffee for the show. That would be her. I appreciate that. It's a regular cup of Joe. Don't you want to have a cup with me? If so, go to the kitchen, pour yourself up a nice hot cup of coffee, and let's talk about politics, or not. If you don't have a cup, though, you can get one in the description below. I recommend the first one. It has my face on it. It is fantastic. But we also have stainless steel tumblers down there, the big ones and the little ones with locking lids. The Untethered Live Bible Study logo on the front and all the platforms on the back. I learned that from Vanna White. It's a great cup, so get one while supplies last, or a hat, or a t-shirt, or, I don't know, mud tires? Maybe. Could be. Like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box. You'd like to show a little bit of love, but if you want to BJ, you can do that at CashApp, $JakeJohnsonBand. I do appreciate that very much if you can. If you can't, it's understandable. It's a tough time of year. But we struggle on. We strive on. We drive on. Where did I hear that? We ride on. Anyway, be a good show. One last thing. I forgot. If you want to hang out with us outside of YouTubeverse, get to know each other, share pictures, text videos, memes, and chat. You can do that over at facebook.com/UntetheredLive chilling. The link is in the chat. It's a great place to hang out and do all that stuff and get to know everybody. There is a group chat over there that you can join and share personal information with one another and don't have to worry about it going out because it's just us. There's nobody else there. It's just for who comes here. That's it. So you can enjoy that. And also, there's videos that are uploaded regularly that are adjacent to the things that we talk about here or poignant in the conversation that we're having. So go check that out. It's free, it's effortless, it's entertaining, it's yours. Why not? And now, on with the show. And my nose is itching. Stop itching, nose. Maybe somebody's going to shove $1 in my ear. Isn't that what that means? Amy says, liked, shared, invited some friends. Thank you, Amy. Amanda says, there's a storm in the area. Is there? Is that why we have no internet? I didn't realize that it was stormy out. But that may be what's causing it. As much as they've been futzing with it, though, you'd think they'd have it fixed by now. Debbie's here. Hi, Debbie. She says, howdy, everyone. Ma'am, nice to see you. Amy says, hi, Debbie. And Amanda says, hamburger help her hand, Debbie. Debbie says, Amanda, wave from under the desk. We know you're there. Are you under the desk, Amanda? Yes. Patty's here. She says, hello, childrens. Happy birthday, Amanda. Thank you, Patty. Happy birthday, Amanda. Tomorrow she'll get the royal treatment of the song and the dance and all that good stuff. But tonight, it's just the old Politi-tics thing. Amy says, happy anniversary of the day you escaped the womb, Amanda. Thank you. Amanda says, Patty, hamburger help her hand. And Amy says, hi, not Mama Patty. Amanda says, sticks hand out from under the desk. I did a little mime, but my hand is too attached. Anyway. Amy says, oh, coffee sounds good. Be right back. Coffee does sound good. And it is. Amanda says, thanks, y'all. Oh, you're loved, honey. Everybody's been chomping at the bit to say happy birthday. See, Rachel's here to say happy birthday. Hi, Rachel. Nice to see you. Long time. Hope you had a good Christmas and a happy new year. How are you? Kevin Bernard, what's up, my brother? Nice to see you. I was worried about you day before yesterday. And yesterday. Kevin says, hello, Jake and Amanda and everyone. Amanda says, Rachel, hamburger help her hand, which means hi. In Italian, I think. Amy says, hi, Rachel. And Kevin, we missed you last night. Night before last. What? It might have been last night. Yeah, today's Saturday, so Friday. Yeah, we missed you last night. Patty says, Mr. Kevin, nice to see you. Amy says, hi, Fab. Is Fab here? Did I see Fab? I didn't see Fab. Where's he at? Yes. Have I just not got to it yet? Did I skip Fab Daddy? I didn't do it intentionally. I don't see you. Oh, there he is. Hey, Fab Daddy. Fab Daddy says, does Jake make the coffee or for Amanda tomorrow? I will. If she drank coffee, I would. She doesn't drink coffee, so. She doesn't drink coffee often. It has happened, but it ain't a thing. With me, it's a thing, and I don't ask for much, so it's a pleasure, I think. It's a pleasure receiving it. I don't know if it's a pleasure giving it, but it seems like it is. Patty says, Mr. Kevin. Amy says, hi, Fab. Amanda says, Kevin, hamburger help her hand. And Fab Daddy, hamburger help her hand. Fab Daddy says, hamburger back. Hamburger back. Hamburger back. Hamburger back, back, back. I feel like a woman. Sorry. Amanda says he's making me dinner. I absolutely am. Thank you very much. dinner and a monkey. Say what? Patty says, Mr. Fab Daddy. Fab Daddy says, Patty. Kevin says, I caught the end of the chill last night, of the chill stream. I just didn't want to try and catch up in the chat. I hear you. I feel you there, buddy. It is a slog sometimes, but it's enjoyable. It is worth it. But you don't have to catch up. You could just say, hi, we missed you. We was talking about you and thinking about you. You're very much part of the goings on. Kevin says, I was lurking for the last few minutes. Well, I'm glad you dropped by. Thank you. It was a pretty good show last night. We had fun. Good conversation. And Rachel says, LOL, yeah. I did only come by to say happy birthday. Happy birthday, Amanda. I know you didn't only come by for that. I was just joking. But I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're doing good. And we miss you around here. How come you don't hang out with us more often? Debbie says, I am tired of all the bullshit in, I guess that's Minnesota. Wherever that MN is. Minnesota. It was justifiable homicide. The Democrats need to stop because federal law trumps state law. I don't know what we're referring to. Are you talking about the thing that I heard about? Something about a girl in an SUV running over somebody or something, or getting shot? I don't know exactly what the details are to that one. I heard about it, but I haven't caught up on the details. But you're right. You're right. There's a lot of stuff that the other side seems to be harping on that shouldn't be a issue. Kevin says, happy birthday, Amanda. Amanda says, thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Kevin. And thanks, Rachel. And Amy says, I spent some quality time with my mom and sister today. It was good. That's excellent. It's wonderful to have family to spend time with. I would give anything to spend time with my mom. I'm proud for you. Amy says, feed Jake. CashApp and PayPal is available. Super stickers and super chats. Thank you, Amy. In this case, it would be feed Amanda, though, because it's her birthday. It has nothing to do with me. But feed Jake if you wish. It's a good cup of coffee. It's been kind of a unusual day today. Kind of one of those days that don't seem to go anywhere. Seems like it's dark all day. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it felt like anyway. Nothing exciting. Just a Saturday. I burnt some trash and picked up around the yard a little bit, and that's pretty much it. Patty says, man, been off the chain for years. Oh, which man? Man been off the chain for years. I can remember 60 Minutes going there years ago, and nothing ever stopped the laws being broken there. What are we talking about?
I think she means Minnesota.
If you're talking about Minnesota, that makes sense. But I still don't know what happened. Something happened there. Amanda, would you look it up?
I know what happened. I'm coming in.
Okay, Amanda's on her way in. Patty says Minnesota. All right. That's what I thought MN meant, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, what happened is there was a couple, something to do with immigration, I believe it was. But she tried to hit one of the officers, and the officer shot her.
ICE murdered a woman. Okay. Murder is a strong indictment. Do you know that he murdered her, or could it have been self-defense? What's the details? What is the context of what happened?
She pointed her vehicle at him and floored it.
Oh, well, in that case, he should have shot her. Sorry, if you point your vehicle at me and pull and hit the gas, first I'm going to jump out of the way, but I will absolutely defend myself.
He didn't have a chance to. She was too close. She was right up on him and floored it right on him.
Well, I wouldn't be calling people murderer there, Fab Daddy. That's a bad way to call somebody if you don't know all the details, or if you have an opinion but weren't there. Don't call people murderers. Say homicide. That's much more nice. Because it sounds like, and again, I don't know the details, so I can't take a side here, but it sounds like it was self-defense. That's not murder. There is a difference for a reason, and there are 3 different types of murder. There is a crime of passion, there's criminal homicide, and there's manslaughter. Those 3 things are different and should be judged differently. Fab Daddy says, that's debatable. And if you haven't seen it, don't judge my opinion. I didn't judge your opinion. I gave you some advice, one friend to another, which is more than some people do. I'm not judging anybody. And no, I haven't seen it, but that doesn't negate my intellectual prowess, and it doesn't change the facts of the definition of words. So just coming in hot with murderer sounds like a little bit overzealous to me. That's my opinion. But my opinion is valid because I'm educated enough to have one. Now, once I figure out what all the details are, then I would be more apt to say what I thought the situation was, one side or the other. But an indictment is for judges, not for laymen's. It's not our job to judge people. So calling somebody a murderer is judgy, especially if you don't know that that's the case. His name is Jonathan Ross. Whose name? The ICE agent? What was the woman's name who hit him with her car? Do you know that name? I swear to God, judgy people. And then have the audacity to call me judgy. Think about that for a minute. Think about the contents of what both of us have said in the last 5 minutes, and you tell me what sounds judgy. Debbie says she impeded traffic and was told to get out of the car, and she chose to drive off into an ICE officer, and he shot her. Okay. If an officer of the law, which has a badge because they are afforded the right to be the authority in the situation, like that Bible verse we read at the top of the chat, if they are the law and they tell you to get out of your car, you are obligated to get out of your car, not hit the gas and try to run over them. That makes you murdery. And Rachel says she didn't try to run over anyone. How do you know that? Were you in the car? Did you talk to her? Do you know what the details of this conversation is? Because I don't. I'm in the dark on this one. I heard a little something about it this morning, but not nearly enough to make any kind of opinion on either one. Why were they there? What was happening? What is the reason for all of this? All of these questions should be answered before jumping to conclusions, as far as I can see. Fab Daddy says, ICE agent is a murderer. How do you know that?
It's right there at the very beginning. You can see what happened.
Give me a minute. I'm looking at it now. Okay, so her vehicle is in the road at an angle. Is there for at least a minute. ICE agent says, get out of the car, and he starts walking towards the car, and she hits the gas and heads for him. Now, whether she intended to hit him or not, I don't know. But that's what I see on the video. She went towards a person who is clearly marked as a police officer. You're not supposed to do that. Any judge would look at that and err on the side of the officer, absent any details. Again, I don't know why they were there. I don't know if they stopped her, if it was a routine thing, if they were in the process of taking somebody out. What's that called? You know what I mean? Deporting somebody. I don't know what the deal was. ICE makes it sound like it's an immigration thing. So why do you think he is a murderer if he was defending himself? Murder is a strong accusation. So why would you think that? Is it because he's an ICE agent that you think he's a murderer? What would you have done in that situation? Amy says if someone tries to use a multiple-ton vehicle against a federal agent during the course of their duties, agents are trained to use deadly force to eliminate the threat. My condolences to the family. Well, my condolences to the family of both parties, regardless of what happened. It's a bad situation. Nobody should have to die over silliness. That being said, if you grab the collar of a police officer, he's allowed to shoot you. I don't know if you know that or not. Pardon me. I personally think that's a little excessive, but that's the deal. You're not supposed to put your hands on a police officer. That's considered resisting arrest, and it's also considered illegal. So using a car to do so is way, way over the line. You're not supposed to do that. At the very least, you should all agree to have some semblance of respect for the law in a law-abiding country. Now, if they're like, I don't know, jackboots from the 40s, I could see resisting. That's not the case, here or now. Let's see. I read that one. Fab Daddy says his name is Jonathan Ross. What's the woman's name? Patty says, who was the wrestler that held the governor's position there? In Minnesota, that would be Jesse Ventura. I think. I might be wrong about that. Sorry, my nose is itching like crazy. Man. Gotta get control of this cocaine habit. Yeah, I think it's Jesse the Body Ventura that was governor of somewhere up there. It might have been Minnesota. I can't remember exactly. Debbie says the person that shot Charlie Kirk was a murderer. It was planned and carried out. Correct. That is a murder. Somebody that hit somebody with a car, that's not necessarily a murder per se, but it is manslaughter. Murder is to lie in wait. The Greek term is phonions, and it means to lie in wait. You have to plan it out, have malice in your heart, and carry out an action that causes the loss of life. That's a murder. I don't see that in this situation. What I saw is somebody overreacting and somebody else overreacting even more. She probably should go to jail for that, because at the very least, no respect for the law. You can't have civilization without civilization. But a murder, that's a little bit strong. At the very least, I'd want to know what all the details are. Why did she do that? Why did she feel that she needed to do that? Why was he stopping her? Why did he do that? What was the goal? You know, there's a lot of things that need to be understood about a situation. You can't just jump to conclusions on anything, this or anything else. Cooler heads must prevail. Debbie says the person that shot... I read that one. Sorry. Fab Daddy says, good. Good what? What are you saying is good? Context. I don't know what you're talking about. Amy says, even if it's a perceived threat, let the justice system do fair jobs. United we stand, divided we fall. I agree, 100%. That sounds like a job for the law enforcement world. Go to court, argue it out, figure out what the problem is, solve it. Killing somebody is not the way to go on either side. Amy says it's sad for everyone involved. I agree. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. Well, it seems like there's a lot of that going on these days, and it's because people are overreacting. They're getting carried away with their emotions, and they're doing things without thinking about it first. Look before you leap. That's the best advice. Rachel says she drove up, antagonized the officer. The officer never got hit. Just watch the video, Jake. I did. I watched it. It sounded to me, obviously I don't know what the situation is, and I don't know who all was involved, but it looks to me like he's trying to lock down a scene. You know, you have to set up a parameter and get everything under control in that scene whenever you're doing an investigation of sorts. And it sounds to me like he tried to get her to get out of the car. Why she was there, I don't know. Why he would bother her, I don't know. She obviously was in the wrong place. But instead of following what the officer said, she hit the gas and drove off. And now, what happened after that? Sounds like he shot her. I don't know. Did he shoot her while she was coming towards him? Or did he shoot her from behind as she was driving off? I'm not sure.
It looks like he shot her just as soon as she come at him.
I didn't see in that video, I didn't see where the shot.
Yeah,
they cut the video before that.
Well, it happened right as soon as she took off. That's how she hit the back of the other car, because he had already shot her.
So he shot her as she was
coming at him, yeah.
Okay.
Or as she took off and when he told her to stop.
So clearly he perceived it as a threat and reacted with deadly force. Fab Daddy says, Debbie, he didn't get run over. He was judge, jury, and executioner in seconds. By the way, this occurred only 6 blocks from George Floyd. George Floyd has nothing to do with this. Why would you even bring that up? It's a completely different case for completely different things. That is overreacting. That is what causes people to do things that get them killed. Stop doing that. George Floyd is a completely separate thing. Has nothing to do with this separate, completely different thing. And you shouldn't be using emotions from that thing to fuel emotions for this thing. That's not the way to think. Think clearly. Second of all, none of us are involved in this. This is armchair quarterbacking is what this is. Everybody's got to feel about something. That's all right to talk about it. But getting emotionally engaged and saying things that are hateful and snide and spiteful, that's not the way to have a rational conversation about anything. Obviously, I don't know what's going on, so to jump and snap at me is kind of silly. Kind of sounds like you just need somebody to snap at to make yourself feel like you got something to do with it. You don't, and I don't. If you want to talk about it, we can, and we'll analyze it, and I'll make a fair assessment as far as I can see, but that don't make me right. I don't know the situation. Obviously, I'll feel a certain way about things, but that's because that's who I am. And you like who I am most of the time, so like who I am now. And I tell you, this is not our business. Us talking about it is our business. But we're talking about something we did not experience. Those two things are different things. Hope that made sense. Debbie says the office had justifiable homicide because she used force with a deadly weapon, and the first shot happened after he hit the hood of her car. So he did get hit by her car. Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen all the details yet, but it sounds like she hit him with her car, so he shot her. Okay, I don't agree with that, but it sounds justifiable to me. You hit me with your car, and I'm going to have some kind of reaction about it. Simple. And Debbie says George Floyd was no hero, and neither is this woman. And I don't think either one of them have anything to do with each other, but you're right on both counts. Amy says, it reminds me of the case a few years ago where the pregnant lady was shot after she advanced her car towards an officer and a shoplifter allegation, during a shoplifter allegation. Again, different cases, different problems. Should be different emotions. But that being said, what was the reason she was asked to get out of the car? That's what I'm interested in. What caused this situation to happen in the first place? What was going on? Fab Daddy says, I would have never put myself in front of a vehicle. Well, it's kind of hard not to when it charges towards you. That's not putting yourself in front of a vehicle. That's the vehicle aiming at you. There's a different thing there. Think about it. Maudinable, is that how you say that? Welcome, Maudinable. I'm just going to call you Maud. I did not see her hit him. He wasn't hit. Well, not seeing her hit him and him not being hit are two different things. You didn't see it. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Trump says he was hospitalized and he wasn't. I don't know. I haven't heard. She was not a terrorist. No, she was not a terrorist. She was a vehicle in the way, and she overreacted and hit somebody with her car. That's not terrorism. Her vehicle was barely moving. I just watched the video. It was moving at least 15, 20 miles an hour. That's not barely moving. If you've ever been hit by a car, you'd know that. She actually gunned it as she took off. It's a minivan, so it's not, or an SUV. It's not going to jump like that unless you hit the gas, which means she intended to do it. It wasn't an accident. That's what I know about it. I don't know anything about her reasoning for it or what the end result was. But what I saw in the video that I just watched was a car gunning it and speeding towards a cop and him flailing out of the way. I don't know if she hit him or not. I didn't see that part. But everybody's saying that she did. He hit the hood of her car and she shot him, or he shot her. That's what I'm hearing. Maud says she did not hit him. She was not a terrorist. Again, that's not terrorism. Nobody's saying she's a terrorist. Who said she was a terrorist? But she did hit him. That's why he shot her, according to what I've heard so far. Rachel says he was on the side and he wasn't directly in front. Okay. Amy says, I pray for everyone involved, and I'm not a fan. Hold on, my chat jumped. Sorry.
8:53.
Thank you. I pray for everyone involved. I'm not a fan of either side. I hear you. Well, everyone involved should be prayed for because both parties are injured in this case. So, it's not a good situation.
Oh, so the police were talking to her. They tried to open her driver door and she took off.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I'm watching from other angles. That's what I've been in here doing, watching the different directions. And
so basically, she's resisting arrest or resisting containment. They're trying to contain her or stop her, get her under control, and she's resisting. That's what I'm hearing. Maud says, what law-abiding country? Well, this one, obviously. What are you talking about?
yeah, he grabbed her door handle. She backed up and then floored it and forward.
So there was more than one cop involved.
Oh yeah, they were surrounded her truck.
Why were they surrounding her?
I can't hear, so I don't.
Does anybody have any
on,
details
I'm
about
getting a
why they're
close-up
trying
video.
to get her out of the car in the first place?
He tried to open it. Oh, there was an officer standing right in front of her truck when she floored it.
There you go.
And he's the one that shot her.
So he was right in front of her. Not on the side?
No, he was right. There was one on the door handle and one right in front of her coming around the front of her truck. Hold on, I'll let you see that little clip.
That's all right. I trust you. Just tell me the details.
There was an officer there's from the back of her vehicle.
But what I'm asking is, was the cop on the side of the car or directly in front of it?
There was one on the side of her car trying to open the door handle,
Right.
And the other one was coming around the front from the passenger side to the driver's side, and she floored it as he was in front of the truck, and the one in front of her shot her twice.
Okay. And was there any possibility that she could have not seen him?
No.
So she intentionally floored it knowing that she was going to go through that
Right.
guy. So there you go. That sounds pretty open and shut to me.
And she already got to put the other one in danger because he's got a hold of her door handle and she's backing up.
Maud, are you a troll? Are you trying to troll? Or are you trying to have a legitimate conversation? Because I'm getting vibes like you're trying to be hyperbolic here. Amy says both sides were wrong. Okay. I don't disagree with that. Fab Daddy says, I agree, law, but that's Jesse Ventura called us third world country. I don't care what Jesse Ventura called us. Jesse Ventura hasn't been valid since Predator. Why does it matter what Jesse Ventura said? What does that have to do with what's going on here? Rachel says, when your nose itches, that means somebody likes you. Oh, well, I must be adored by fans of thousands because my nose is driving me crazy. I don't know why it does that. It never bothers me until I start talking, and it's like my mustache is tickling my nose or something.
Probably the static from the microphone.
It might be. But it feels like somebody's got a feather and is just touching the end of my nose. Drives me crazy. Maud says, what law-abiding country? Our government's not a constitutional law-abiding country. Well, that's moronic. Why would you even say something like that? First of all, our government is the best operating government on planet Earth. It's not the best that we could be, but it's better than all the rest. I assure you of that. Second of all, we have a constitution. And third of all, this is a constitutional republic. Say your Pledge of Allegiance if you don't believe me. It's in there. So what are you even saying? And what does that have to do with what we're discussing? There must be a hole in the bottom of this cup.
Hold on a minute.
Maud, you're making me run out of coffee. That's not good. Amber Brown says, Hamburger Upper Hand. Good evening, friends and hearts. Hi, Amber. How are you, sweet lady? Amy says, "Hi, Bod. Welcome. Please like and subscribe."
And I just watched body cam footage from one of the ICE agents she hit.
So you can see his perspective?
Yes.
Where is he in relationship to
He's
the car?
on the driver's side headlight.
So he's directly in front, but on the right or left side?
On the driver's side, yes.
Okay. So could he have stepped out of the way when she gunned it?
No, not as close as he was, no.
Is there any possible way he could have considered that a threat to his life?
Well, yeah.
Is there any possible way he could have avoided feeling that way?
No. Like I said, there was one officer already on the door handle of the truck.
And how far away from the car was he?
What, the one that got hit?
Yes.
He was directly in front of him.
How far away?
Like less than a foot.
He was less than a foot from the car?
He was walking around right like at the bumper. His hand was on the hood.
So he's on the car when she guns it.
Yes.
So there's no way you can read that she hit him by accident.
With his gun already drawn, trying to get her out of the vehicle.
Okay. Well, that is excessive. He shouldn't have had his gun drawn already.
As her girlfriend is getting in the truck.
So there's people getting in the car when she guns it?
Yes. And then they're hollering at her, no, 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 don't stop.
So she's already told them she's about to leave, and she's going to regardless of what they got to say.
Yeah, they're telling her not to, and she does it anyway.
All right. Okay, so that's avoiding containment. You have to set up a parameter when you're doing a situation. That's what the police tape is, and why cops park the way that they do and stand where they stand at. They're establishing a perimeter. And so for whatever reason, and I don't know the details again why they were there in the first place, but they're trying to establish a parameter, and she's trying to break out of that parameter against them telling her to sit still, which is their right to do in that situation. Now, the guy shouldn't have been pointing a gun at her. I agree with that. That's a little excessive, unless she's already been a threat, unless there's more to this story than just that moment, and if they've been encountering her already. There's no reason to point a gun at an innocent civilian. But that doesn't mean she's innocent.
I would say I'm not sure. I'm only watching little bits, and I'm only watching multiple little video clips, so I don't know the full story of what happened. But there is a lot of officers, unmarked officers in the area, agents that are clearly agents. Hold on.
Amy says, "Hi, Gigi." And Amanda says, Amber, hamburger helper hand. Hamburger. Hamburger. Try to say that. Hamburger helper. It's hard. Amber says, Miss Hammer. Hearts. And Fab Daddy says, her last statement was, I don't hate you. His statement after killing her was F&B. Now, where did you get that information?
And all this video he's watching, he don't know her name. I've watched about 4 videos and I know her name.
Right. Well, that's because he made up his opinion before he delved into the details. That's what Democrats do. That's why we're trying to have a conversation and parse out the details, because I don't know what's happening. And I'm not going to make an opinion until I know. And I'm going to look at it from both sides.
Well, from looking at it in silent, she's wrong.
Well, I'm not assigning right or wrong. I'm just trying to ascertain what happened right now. But again, I didn't witness it, so I can't have an opinion on it like that. Say she's wrong or they're wrong. I don't know. I know that cops shoot people when they don't do what they're told. I do know that. I do know that sometimes they get a little trigger happy and get a little excessive. I do know that too. But people increasingly this day and age are very, very disrespectful to authority, almost like they would rather not have authority.
And
you can't have a country without authority.
And think they're entitled.
And they think they're entitled. That's not good. That's probably what caused this situation to escalate, I'm guessing. Amber says, LOL, Amy, hearts and unicorns. Amy says, good, the last name. Okay.
Her name is Renee Good.
Okay, thank you. And Fab Daddy does know at least her last name because he said good. But I thought he was talking about Charlie Kirk getting shot, so that's why I got snappy. But there you go. Amber says, that part, Fab.
Fab, what's the point of the video you just posted?
What video?
It's a meme.
Of?
Trump. It's an AI-generated meme of Trump.
Well, don't you know they got to get Trump?
Of course.
They got to tear him down a peg or two. That seems to be the only modus operandi going on. Maud says, masked ICE agents. Weren't you guys the ones demanding masks like a year ago? Masked ICE agents that are as much civilians. They're not civilians. They're ICE agents. It's in the name, agent. They're not civilians. As the protesters of our non-constitutional, non-lawful government. Wrong, and right. Trump is a dictator taking from our government and overtaking other countries. Not lawful. Incorrect. All right? I do know about that. What he did in Venezuela not only was correct, but Venezuela wanted him to do it. They're all celebrating. So you're an idiot for thinking otherwise. Number two, Trump is not a dictator. That guy that he took down was. There's a difference in the two. Maybe take a little time and do a little research about what dictator actually means before you go assigning that label to people. Trump's not a dictator. He is a good president. And he just ascertained $50 billion worth of oil. No. 50 million barrels of oil, which is $2.8 billion. Right. That's what he did today. That happened. And they gave it to him willingly because he's going to build their country up the way it was when it started, before the dictator took over. So you can hate Trump all you want, but you can't make up out lies about the man. I won't allow that. Debbie says, I would have called her worse names if she hit me with a car. She hit the officer in front of the car trying to flee the scene, another crime. Impeding an officer doing his job, another crime. I agree. For whatever reason, people think that ICE agents are not cops. They are cops. They are the authority, and they are doing a job that they were required to do by being hired by the government. If you don't like ICE agents, I'm sorry. Maybe get a green card. But they are cops, and you have to abide by the law, regardless of how you feel about them. I don't know why this is a problem all of a sudden. Fab Daddy says the similarities of both injustices. There's no similarities. She hit the dude with a car and he shot her. George Floyd was a crackhead that resisted arrest and got killed because he overdosed. He wasn't killed by the cop. This has all been hashed out for 10 years, and everybody actually knows what happened. Bringing him up in that context is nothing more than a grab for pity. I don't pity. Sorry. Go sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here, buddy. Amy says, I have mixed feelings about both scenarios. As you should, it is a complicated situation. And it's hard to know what's right and wrong in a situation that happens so quickly. But comparing this to that is apples and oranges in every way possible. There is no comparison. It's just a play for emotional hijacking. That's all it is. And I don't play that game because I don't care enough. And it also gets in the way of logic quite often. Thank you. So I try to avoid things that directly harm logical thinking. Like children being overly emotional about things they really don't care about if it didn't give them any clout on the internet. That sort of thing. Patty says, I just can't worry about Minnesota. I am going to watch what happens right here in Tennessee and use my energy to be good ambassadors from my state. I agree. There's a whole lot of world out there, and with the internet and things the way they are, we're getting all of it all the time, and that is not healthy for the human brain. You cannot save the world, nor can you care about the whole world. Pick your world. Get the 10 or 20 or so people that you know and focus on them and try to make your life with them better. Trying to ascertain feelings about the whole world will drive you insane, and it's not possible, and it won't help. So why do it? People telling me, Well, what do you think about what's happening in Gaza? I don't care what's happening in Gaza. That's not my country. That's their problem, and it sounds like a them problem. It's not mine. I got enough problems on this side of the world. Amy says, exactly, Patty. Maud says, Trump's throwing fits. Yelling and screaming isn't an issue. No, because he hasn't done that. That's a lie that your side tells. He's not done that. Trump is the coolest cucumber I've ever seen on planet Earth. I know it, you know it, and I know it. There it is. I've never seen him even raise his voice. So what are you talking about? I am an American, and that makes what happened to another American my business. I'm against ICE agents and sent out by Trump to harm people. But they're not sent out by Trump to harm people. They're sent out by Trump to deport people that don't belong here, illegal immigrants. That's their job. It's a tough job, and it's a messy job. But their goal is not to hurt people. If people get hurt, it's mostly because they resist or protest. If you get the hell out of the way and shut your mouth and sit down like the child that you are, these things wouldn't happen so much. Just my guess. Kevin says, went to get coffee, got caught up on football. Nice. I went to get coffee and got caught up in football. Well, if you're into football, I'd say that's easy to do. Is it a good game? Who's winning? Pardon me. Maud says, I did watch more than the one video by the ICE agents. Well, I haven't, because I just heard about it 20 minutes ago. And what I've seen is the footage that's from the news. I don't know whose video it was, but I'm guessing not the ICE agents, considering it was not inside the ICE agents.
No, but I did watch the body cam of the ICE agent.
All right, that's the ICE agent's footage.
And 2 cell phone videos and the news videos of other direct. I think a couple of them were home security system cameras.
And have you seen anything that makes it look other than what it looks like?
No. She floored her car with an ICE agent right in front of it.
And around it.
Yes. As her girlfriend was getting in the other side of the truck.
Okay. Well, that's all I need to know about that situation, except for why were they there in the first place?
Probably because Minnesota's got the app where you can track where all the ICE agents are at and cause problems, and they were probably there doing that.
So you're saying they're protesters?
I don't know. I didn't, like I said, I didn't get the whole detail.
Okay, well, that's what I need to know. Are they sticking their nose into something they shouldn't been? Were they there on purpose? Were they there as a result of circumstance? Did the ICE agents come down on them, or were they putting themselves in their way?
Well, there's 3 or 4 podcasters that we watch outside of other people. I mean, there's other people that are saying it too, but 3 or 4 of podcasters that we watch are all saying it's justifiable. Okay. And an attorney said it was justifiable.
Well, I can tell that it was justifiable just by what I've seen. But what I'm asking is what caused the scenario in the first place, whether it's justifiable or not. That's important information.
I learned about it as long ago as you did, so I haven't had a chance to delve into it and get all that information yet.
If we can wade through the emotional outbursts and get to some actual details, we might be able to ascertain what actually went on. I'm not sure who said it. The only thing I can tell so far is they were telling her to get out of the road, and she was like right in the middle of the road, and she wouldn't move, and there was ICE agents trying to come both directions and unmarked vehicles, and she wouldn't move. And then when they come after her and tried to open her door, when the one agent went up to her door and tried to open it, she put it in reverse. Her girlfriend's trying to get in the other side. The other ICE agent walks around the front of her truck. She puts it in drive and floors it. Well, there you go. If you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. Debbie says he had his gun drawn for her to stop, and she tried to flee and hit him. He shot when he hit the hood, and the bullet went through the windshield in the lower corner on the driver's side. Okay, that's good information there. Thank you, Debbie.
Yes, and I think the second shot went in the back passenger window on the driver's side.
So he turned around and fired as she went the other way?
As she was driving past him, he fired, or he just bam, bam.
Right.
And that's how fast she was going, the distance from the corner of the driver's side windshield to the rear passenger door on the driver's side. That's how fast she was going to make bam bam happen.
I hear you. Amy says, prayers for you both, Mabel. I missed some. Sorry, my chat jumped. Hey, Mabel.
You are 902.
902. Yeah, I jumped a lot. I'm sorry. 10? All right, I got it. Fab Daddy says, you need to watch a few of the different angles to see the truth. I am watching it. I'll learn more as I go. And that's what Amanda's doing right now, is doing research for me and then feeding into my ear what's going on. So I am learning the truth, Fab Daddy, and I'm not being judgmental on the right or on the left or any other kind. I'm just trying to ascertain what occurred and the reason for it, and trying to do it with clear eyes, non-biased clear eyes. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. Fab Daddy says, Debbie, her wheels were turned to the right when he shot. Well, that's where he was. Amy says, obstruction. Thank you. Fab Daddy says, resistance is not worthy of being murderer. I agree. But it also depends on the severity of resistance. If you're throwing a car at me, I'm liable to do something about that.
If you're coming at me with a 5,000-pound missile, I'm going to shoot you.
I'm guessing that's what occurred, or what, at least what went through his mind. I don't think that makes him a murderer, though. Debbie says she didn't hit the officer on the side. She hit the officer in the front while her partner said, drive, baby, drive.
Yes.
That's intentional. That's not an accident. So his reaction, excessive as it may be, was justified. Amy says both sides made mistakes. Well, that's clear, but nonetheless, his actions were excessive but justifiable because her actions was throwing a vehicle at him, which hurts. Kevin says obstructing federal law enforcement was a bad idea. Not obeying orders to get out of the car, another bad idea. Fleeing from them was her worst idea. Her intentions were not in the officer's mind at point. Well, I agree with that.
Yes. And, I mean, the other officer coming around the front of the truck is the one that got hit.
Right.
So, I mean, people talking about he shouldn't have been in front of the vehicle. He was coming around the front of the truck to assist his partner.
Right. Kevin says she had already demonstrated that she was not complying with law enforcement, and he had every reason, every reason to believe she would run him over, which means he acted justifiably, even if it was excessive. Nugget.
Go ahead.
What's up, Nugget? Nugget says, good evening, everybody. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it doesn't matter what way her wheels were turned. There was an officer in front of her truck, and she floored it after being told to stop.
Right. That's called...
Justified.
Justified. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Raylan Givens. Amanda says, Nugget, hamburger helper hand. Hey, that'll be enough of that language. Make better life choices? I make great life choices. What are you talking about? Now, which one of us is in our mama's basement right now using names like that? You make better life choices. I'm doing fine. Amy says, hi there, welcome. Please like and subscribe. Obviously, you know I'm not going to repeat your name because that is a troll get, and I'm not going to give you the satisfaction because I'm not a moron. Amber says, America, heart, America, heart, America, heart, America. Debbie says she had been impeding traffic, not allowing the agents to do their jobs. Oh, now we see the truth. She was a general pain in the ass, and they wanted her to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And when shit got serious, she tried to flee.
Oh, and they are protesters. They've been seen at other protests.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Now we're starting to understand why she was there in the first place.
Yes.
And why her car was in the road like this instead of like that. She was trying to obstruct the ICE agents from doing their legally bound duties.
Yes.
You can't do that. I don't care if you like it or not. You have to stay out of the way. That's what law enforcement is for, to do the job of keeping the law in order. If you're in the way, you become a problem that they have to contend with. It sounds like she's a member of a group of people that are doing that for that reason, to be in the way. You get what you pay for. If you're in the way, you can expect to be in the way when things go astray. If you're standing there when a bullet flies by, you're going to get hit by it. I don't understand why this is a problem. If Fab Daddy throws me up a Facebook page, I'm not sure what that is.
That's the whatchamacallit of Trump that I was telling you about, the AI crap.
The AI
of
Trump thing? Yeah. I'm not interested in AI. It's
Yeah.
not real, and I deal in reality. Notice I hadn't made any cool AIs of myself. Except for the, cartoons. I mean, talking AIs. Amber says, I'm getting coffee. Be right back. I'm listening. All right, Amber. Nugget says, keeping out this, just saying one point in Britain, the police don't stand in front of a car. They let her go and then get her later.
Yeah, he wasn't standing.
Well, I would imagine that's probably a smart move if you're not armed and if you don't have the authority to tell someone to stop and get out of the car. I don't know British laws, but I would guess that's probably a smart place to be, not in front of the car. This woman has been involved in protests before, and she was there trying to obstruct justice being carried out at the moment. When she was told to stop, she did not. Then she was told to get out of her car, and she engaged instead of getting out of the car. Then when they were walking around to take her out of the car, she floored it. And there was a cop in front of her when she did it. Like it or not, that is the wrong thing to do. I don't know that this could have been handled better or worse. It probably could have been handled better, I'm guessing. But that's what happened. And if you play in games like this, it's going to happen not the way you expect it to, more often than not. Fab Daddy says, this is you. What is me?
Probably the Trump video. He was trying to be funny. Yeah.
Okay.
That's real mature.
Well, what does it say? Did he get it? Did he get my likeness?
It's talking about cross this line. Cross this line.
Oh, this is the line of death. You cross it, you die. Well, no. No, Trump actually does blow people up. He's not a blowhard. You can dislike him all you want, but he is one of the most probable people to actually blow you up when they say they're going to. I mean, think about what you're saying here. You don't have to like Trump to respect that he means business. When he says, we're going to go get... I tell you what, just watch... what's the guy from The Daily Show? Not John Oliver, the other one, the gray-haired guy. Jon Stewart. Go watch Jon Stewart's take on Trump. He ain't wrong. He's not bullshitting about it. He's not coming up with lies to make you feel good about it. He's just point blank saying, we're going in there to get the oil, and that's what we're doing. We'll build the country up and take care of them, but we're taking the oil. Okay, well, you don't have to like that, but that's what the truth looks like. He's not bullshitting you. He's the only president that you've ever experienced that isn't bullshitting you. You should appreciate that instead of hating him so much. You don't have to like what he does, but you can't just call it what you want it to be because you have no other argument. You could just say, I'm not crazy about that, and move on. He does things I don't like too. But overall, he's doing a pretty good job, and he just made us an ass ton of money for the country. It's what the president's supposed to be doing, taking care of his country. Sounds to me like Democrats want a president that will let us just fall into the gutter and not do anything to make us the world leader that we've always been. I don't like that. Amy says, hi, Big John Nugget. Amber says, Nugget, good evening. Hamburger over hand, hearts and prayers. Kevin says it's plain and simple. She had zero respect for federal law enforcement, and she demonstrated that from the start. I agree with that. Mabel, hello, darling. Mabel says, ciao, Jake, Amanda, and everyone. Nice to see you. How are you? Hi, Hannah, if you're watching.
She's with
Oh, yeah, that's right. She's with Madison. How you holding up, sweetie? You doing okay? We've been praying about you pretty hard around here. I hope you're doing good. Kevin says, hello, Mrs. Mabel. Amy says, hi, Mabel. Amanda says, Mabel, how are you, hon? Hamburger Helper Hand. Amber says, good evening, Mabel. And is Hannah here? Hamburger Helper Hand, hearts and unicorns. And Mabel says, I'm very tired. How are you and Jake? We're fine. It's been a day, but it's been a good one. I hope you're doing better than you were yesterday. And not as good as you will be tomorrow, I hope. Mabel says, no, Amber, she's with Madison for the weekend. Oh, girls' night. They're out partying it up, I hope. Peacefully and respectfully and safely, but I hope they're having a good time. Amber says, okay, coffee. Be right back. Coffee seems to be the trend of the day. Coffee, coffee, coffee. I don't disagree with that. Amanda says, oh, we are good, thanks. You read that. You're here.
Hold on a minute. Go ahead. I'm trying to get back to you.
Oh, we're good. We're good, thanks. Get some rest. Is Hannah still out and having fun? And I hope you rest. I mean, yes, and yes. Amy says, I'm worried about my son. He wasn't home when I got back, and he must be on a maintenance call, but a mother worries about her kids. Yes, and he's very lucky to have a mother that is concerned. But I'm sure he'll be fine. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, you're just seeing only what you want to see. Your TDS is clouding your mind. That does happen. And I hate to use that as a thing to point at people, especially people I consider a friend, but that does happen quite a lot. You guys get all bent up about Trump, and you're not seeing clearly. In any other situation, if someone tried to hit you with their car, you would see it as somebody trying to hit you with their car. It wouldn't be a question of morality. It's just not the right thing to do. Mabel says, I am having very hard time sleeping, and the house is too quiet without her here, and I know what that feels like. When my kids would leave, the house just felt wrong, because I'm used to hearing them breathing and pitter-pattering around and moving things and laughing and talking, and then just silence. That is not a good silence, and I'm with you there. But just take comfort in knowing she's having a good time. She's in good hands. I think I like Madison.
What time you got?
9:35.
Okay.
Are you talking about on the chat
where
or
you at?
time?
Where you at?
Where am I at is 9:14.
Okay.
The time is 9:36.
I got all that.
Okay. Well, why were you asking what time it was?
I figured you knew I meant within the chat.
That's where you at. Kevin says, I read that one. And I read that one. Kevin says, the wife was clearly taunting the officer. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
Yeah.
I've heard about these people that go out looking for ICE agents, and they have an app that can track them and all that good stuff, which, wouldn't happen in a dictatorship, just in case you're one of those.
Yeah, you couldn't protest if we were in
dictatorship. Protest a dictator. But there's a lot of these people that are out there going to places, intentionally inserting themselves into situations they really don't know anything about. And that's going to end up hurting more people in the long run, because here's the truth. The ICE agents are there because somebody there shouldn't be. That's why they're there. They're looking for people that should not be here. Illegal immigrants, people that are not signed in. They got to go home. And if you get in the way when that is happening, that raises the possibility that somebody's going to get hurt. So if you're going to do that stuff, then you're going to have to, my mama used to say, if you're going to play rough, you got to expect to get hurt. You can't get mad about that because you're the one doing it. If you don't want to get hurt, stay out of the way and let them do their job. If you want to get hurt, get in the way and see what happens. F around and find out. Nugget says, and the Iranian people have thanked Trump for his help in the collapse of the Iranian regime. Yes, I don't know much about that situation, but I know that the vast majority of people in Venezuela are very happy that Trump has done what he's done. This is not a dictator taking over a country. This is a good president liberating a bad president, liberating the country from a bad president or a dictator or a penis chip. How are you going to look at it? I'm not obsessively touching my nose. It itches. Kevin says, I've listened to the audio 20 times over. The car contacted the officer before he fired his first shot. Well, there you go. And these are sources that I trust. This is not right-wing, left-wing nonsense. This is people analyzing the situation and seeing what actually occurred. If Kevin says that she hit him and then he shot her, I believe that.
It's clear on the body cam footage.
There you go. Fab Daddy says, are you ready to send your kids to Venezuela to protect oil industry interests? No, because my kids aren't part of that problem. Why would I send my kids to any country? That's a dumb question, Fab Daddy. Because Trump doesn't have a problem with that. Or is it about drugs? It's about all of the above. But if you listen to Trump, if you go listen for the last month, every word out of his mouth has been, we're going to get the oil. We're going to get the oil. Of course, it's about the oil. There are other things. More than one thing could be happening at one time. You know that, right? Yes, drugs are coming into the country. That's what the boat thing was about. Not necessarily that the boats don't have anything to do with them going to get the guy, Maduro. That's a different thing. But same place. Clearly, there are things going on over there, which is why we're involved. Now, Trump sees a chance to make a whole lot of money in a country that is ripe with minerals and oil and all kinds of mining facilities that have just started to rust because of their bad leadership and that guy taking all the money for himself, and their industry is crumbling. Trump just reinvigorated it, gave all of them people jobs back, and took away the dictator, and they're celebrating him for it. You not liking him is a Democrat talking point. It has nothing to do with reality. The reality is he just saved Venezuela from themselves, and they are thankful for it. And have been asking him to do it for quite some time, in case you didn't know that. He did it. He did it swiftly and in the wee hours of the morning with very little collateral damage. Pretty sweet. And I wouldn't send my kids anywhere like that, whether Trump was involved or not. What does that have to do with the other thing? Go ahead.
And multiple independent eyewitness testimonies state that they had been taunting the police for up to 30 minutes before this happened.
Okay.
They'd been asking them to leave, asking them to move, asking them to stop, and they wouldn't.
One point to the other side. It should not matter whether they're taunting the police or not. They should be grown up enough to handle that. I agree with that. They should not be overreacting because people are calling them names or chiding them. That's childish, and they should act like they're children. They should not be getting upset and overreacting because of that. That being said, you cannot protest law officers when they're doing their job. You have to get out of the way. That's always been the case. They're just overly entitled and think they can just go wherever they want to go. You can't. You live in a country that has a law enforcement. And if they're busy doing something, you need to stay out of the way. Show a little respect, and you might not get shot. Amanda says, rest, relax, and get your head cleared as much as you can. You deserve it. Hugs, Mabel. Smiley face with breasts, a vibrating heart, and a purple heart. The purple heart is for the trauma. Or so I'm told. Amy says, off topic. My mom got me a really nice toaster oven air fryer, and I can't wait to make biscuits in it. It has a pizza setting too. Nice.
That sounds like almost like the one I have.
Like a convectional oven?
Yeah, probably looks about like mine too. I've got one of them. It's a Ninja, and it does all that. It even air fries too. Does yours air fry and dehydrate, Amy?
It says air fryer.
I mean, dehydrate. That's what I meant.
There's a memory I have. Somebody either gave me or offered me a dehydrator, but I can't remember what the deal was now. You saying that triggered a memory. I'm sorry. I need to get that because I'd like some jerky.
I have one right there.
Make me some jerky.
We have to get some meat. We'll go.
I got some meat.
We can go tomorrow and get some.
But you're not, well, I mean, you can jerk it, but.
I can't dehydrate
I don't know
that.
about dehydrating it.
I mean, I can make it go dry, but I can't dehydrate it.
You can jerk and dehydrate my meat. We're talking about beef jerky, ladies and gentlemen. Jake jerky. Jerky, Jake jerky. John says the internet is full of bullshit. I agree. Which is why we're trying to drill down and get the actual details of what occurred based on what we can see without all of the bullshit involved. And that seems to be the lying share of the talking points on both sides. But you got to drill down and see what actually happened and form a logical opinion. That's the best way to proceed in all things.
If you make an opinion at the beginning, you never see the true facts because you're stuck on your opinion.
Right. It's not good to lead with your head. It's good to sit back and look at the details and then form an opinion. If you do it the other way around, you're going to end up forming the wrong opinion more often than not.
I'll tell you something that I've done quite a few times on things that have this controversy topic going on. The first time I do anything with it, I close my eyes and I just listen to what's happening. And then I watch it.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. And also, pay attention. Don't just listen to what other people say and form opinions based on what other people say. Look for yourself and pay attention. The details matter. Amy says, Mabel, what happened to Vic? I'm not at liberty to discuss that. If she wants to tell you, she'll tell you. But we do need prayers, so please pray. And Mabel says, hugs, Amanda. Grazie. Heart. And by the way, happy birthday, Amanda. It's her birthday tomorrow, so anybody that hadn't said so, please do.
Thank you, thank you.
She's well and deserve a big old hug. Lots of love. Kevin says, Fab Daddy. Oh, that was indictable. Fab Daddy. You get off that porch right now, young man. Sorry. I just had a flashback. My son is a Marine, and he's more than willing to go. Right on. Separate Fi. Amanda says, you're welcome, Mabel. Smiley face. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I told you this or not, but she received our card.
Oh,
and did mention it and said thank you. Okay. And that she was very happy that it was a breath of fresh air.
Well, you're welcome.
I forgot to tell you earlier.
Sorry it took so long to get there, but...
Yeah, I've never mailed anything to Canada before.
Or across the water.
I'll have to learn to mail very early.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to, mail in November for her to get it on time.
And Fab Daddy says, I pray he stays safe. Thank you, Fab Daddy. Likewise. And Mabel says, Amy, Vic's unit was struck by several drones, and he is in the hospital in Poland, and he's stable condition after surgery as of now. He lost 2 comrades, but he is alive, and he has all his limbs, so this is a good thing. Yes it is.
God was watching him. God's got him.
Praise God, and thank you, Father, for keeping our people safe. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, I think what you may be failing to understand is that the drug cartels are very, very powerful in these countries. Some of them are even running those countries. In fact, some of the countries that we do dealings with, we are talking to cartel members while negotiating. So we actually have to talk to the bad guys, like Al-Qaeda, for example. That whole thing that was going on in Afghanistan when Trump was establishing that we were going to come out of Afghanistan before he lost his election, if you want to believe that. He had to talk to the leader of Al-Qaeda, the bad guy, to get anything done because they're the people that are running the show over there. And so that requires a little bit of tact and a little bit of ability to negotiate. I don't know if you would be comfortable in that same kind of situation. I know I wouldn't be. But I also know I could get the job done because I could lean into the authority that I was instilled with, which is what Trump is a master at. And he seems to do a very good job at negotiating with bad guys. Amy says, prayers for you and prayers for you both, Mabel. Yes. And we're all praying that everything works out well. RPP, welcome to the show. RPP says she panicked and they messed up. I don't disagree with that, RPP. I think you might have something there. Fab Daddy says it's all a distraction from Epstein.
God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't it, though? So is the moon landing. Debbie says they were there to protest. There is videos of the two at other protests also. They were there to impede traffic and be general pain in the asses, which is why her car was parked in the road instead of on the road. Yeah. So this is a case of if she hadn't have stuck her nose in things that she didn't belong in, she wouldn't be in this situation right now.
That part.
Yeah.
She wasn't getting paid by the government to protest.
Amber says, burger for dinner? Nope, not us. Are you having burger for dinner? Try to say Amber hamburger, though. Amber hamburger. You ever see that Steve Martin clip where he's playing a French man trying to say hamburger? Or he's playing somebody that can't speak trying to say hamburger. There, hamburger, with a strong accent. That's like saying your name with hamburger helper hand. Amber hamburger. I could just condense it and go, hamburger. That's what that means. Amy says, hi, RPP. Welcome. Please subscribe and like. Yes, hit that like button, everybody. Subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box. And CashApp $ for CashApp $ Jake Johnson Band. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, you really need to get a grip on yourself. Both hands sometimes. And where are we at?
9:22.
Every time I look away from the chat, it jumps. I was up in the 40s.
Yeah, it's Amy's comment at 9:22.
Yep, I got it. Fab Daddy says Trump is a pedo protecting president. I don't believe that for a second. Why would you say something like that? Do you even understand what you're saying? Fab Daddy, President Trump is the guy that got Jeffrey Epstein arrested in the first place. If it wasn't for Trump, they wouldn't have known to look at him. He acted as a confidential informant to get Jeffrey Epstein arrested for what he was doing because he was hitting on his waitstaff. You understand that? Trump is the opposite of a pedo-protecting president. Biden, on the other hand, Clinton and all the likes, just look at it for yourself. If you can't see it, that's because you don't want to see it. Amber says, Fab, I favor your thoughts with that party heavily, or with that part heavily, the E-list. Well, I guess to each his own. I don't agree. I think that the whole thing is bigger than anybody expected it to be. I think that all the parties that are opposite the Democrats went in with that as a talking point in their election campaign to get rid of the bad guys and expose the Epstein list. That being said, when you get on the other side of that hump and you're actually in the office and you can actually see the things that everybody else can't see, it's a different thing, because there's a whole lot more to the story than you're aware of. And it goes way deeper and is way bigger than anything you could possibly imagine. And it's not possible to stop, which is why he pivoted and tried to move on, because it is way bigger than anything he could do anything about. And that's just the truth of the matter. Jeffrey Epstein is a face. In England, it was Jimmy Savile. It's the same guy doing the same thing for the same evil, but they're just faces. And when they're gone, somebody else rises to that position. It's just the way it is. This evil has been here for a long time. And if you don't believe me, go back to the 40s and watch Pinocchio, the original Pinocchio, a Disney-made movie. And there's a scene in that movie that describes that island and that way of thinking in that movie in the 40s. It's been here for a very long time. It always will be. The evil has not stopped. Just because Jeffrey Epstein is dead, it didn't stop anything. It just stopped him. But all the people that were involved are still here. All of the things that were done are still being done every day. And when you realize that, you're just talking about a name. It doesn't mean anything. You could kill 1,000 Jeffrey Epsteins. Blow them up right there in God and everybody. It wouldn't change a thing. Evil is here. Richard Duggins. Murder 1. Police are trained to jump out of the way. Never mind stand in front of a vehicle. Again, go watch the video. You can't jump out of the way when you're standing in front of the car and it hits the gas. There's no jumping out of the way. There's no time to jump out of the way. They were telling her to get out of the car. They were trying to get her out of the car. She fled. He shot. Oh, Amanda's got her 21-month discipleship today. She says, it's been a great and long journey here with all of you. Yeah, you guys are the best, and I don't know what I would do without y'all. Much love. Much love to you, too. And you've been a quite bright star to the show for this year, so thank you very much for all that you've done.
You're welcome.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Tomorrow. Kevin says, Fat Daddy, if you have any proof of that, I'm willing to look at it. If you don't, please shut the F up. There you go. If you got any proof, let's see it. If you don't, what are you talking about? Amber says, protecting them, Fab? Question mark. Trump is protecting them? I'm opposite side of topic with that part. As am I. Amy says, hi, Monkey Juice. Yes, hi, Monkey Juice. I was trying to remember who Richard Duggins was, but there you go. Monkey Juice. I knew I'd seen the name, I just couldn't place it. But I see the MJ at the end now. Amanda?
Oh, hi, Monkey Hamburger Helper Hand.
Monkey Juice says, he stood in front of the car. Policies say otherwise. No, he was walking around the car. You can't get around the car without getting in front of it as you're walking around. Amber says, good evening, Monkey. Monkey, banana, hamburger overhand. And Fabiday says, Jonathan Ross was an itchy trigger finger. He was dragged 6 months before by another car in which he received 30 stitches on his legs. That person he tased.
Okay.
Do you hear yourself?
I'd be gun shy too, or trigger happy too.
If this has already happened, if he's already been dragged by a car, and then he's standing next to a car and it hits the gas, why would anyone's reaction be otherwise than to pull your gun and shoot?
And he wasn't standing in front of the truck. He was walking around the front of it. He did not stop in front of the truck at all.
Yeah, that part. Itchy trigger finger or not. Kevin says he was walking across the front of the car, not standing in front of it. Monkey Juice says, nonsense. She was cutting the wheel, please. Oh, she wouldn't have been there if she wasn't trying to cause problems in the first place. Nonsense. It doesn't matter if she was cutting the wheel. He was a foot away from the car. You can't turn that sharply.
Especially in a Honda Pilot.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
I thought it was an SUV.
It is. It's a Honda Pilot. It's a 4-door Honda Pilot.
Okay. Fab Daddy says she was turning away from him. Yeah, and then the foot away from the car that she was at. How far do you think away from him she would have gotten? He was a foot away from the hood of the car. Gun drawn, walking around the car when she hit the gas. Do you not see that? Do you not understand? What she should have done was put both hands on the wheel and sat there until they opened the door to remove her, because she put herself in the place to be in that situation. This is not an innocent person that you're talking about. I agree he shouldn't have shot her, but he did shoot her. That's what happened. So I can't change that, but I understand why he shot her. Whether I agree with it or not, why can't you do the same thing? Logic is logic. Fab Daddy says, good thing you guys don't have a badge and a gun. Well, you don't know what I've got, do you, Fab Daddy? I would be willing to bet that you might be sticking your foot in your mouth.
I bet you I can lean and touch one. I can lean another direction and touch another one.
And as far as the badge goes, you don't know me. Mabel says, hindsight is always 20/20. Very true. You put yourself in a situation and don't shoot while there's a car coming towards you. The moment she pressed the pedal, she was resisting.
Yes.
Actually, before she pressed the pedal, because she was there to protest and get in the way. She wasn't there by happenstance. They didn't come up on her. She came to a place where she knew they were at and put herself in the middle of it. So that's the problem. So going back to the beginning, which I said context is everything, I had to know why this happened in the first place, not the little details of what happened, but why were they there? So ICE was carrying out some kind of raid, I would assume, getting ready to deport somebody. And she has this app that tells her where all the ICE agents are. And there's a group of people that go around to get in the way and blow their horn and be a nuisance and, impede them from doing their jobs. So I'm guessing when you put yourself in a situation that you don't belong in, things are bound to happen that you didn't account for. Makes logical sense to me. Logic. That seems to be the key of tonight's show. Amanda?
Sorry. Right, Amy, I'm joining you.
In what?
Popcorn.
Did I miss one?
No, Amy just posted a popcorn.
Oh, I see it. Amy says popcorn. I was blinded by the monkey juiceism. Amber says a bunch of popcorn. I might have some popcorn too. I got a big tin of it sitting over there with some caramel popcorn in it with my name on it. I'd be eating it right now if it didn't get annoying. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, at that point, the officer she hit could not see the direction of the tires were facing. I agree with that. Monkey Juice says, bullshit, says Monkey Juice. Well, I'm waiting. If it's bullshit, it should be easy to understand, right? And easy to describe. So what part of this is bullshit? I've said my piece. Say yours. Show me how wrong I am. Amber says, oh shit, I'll make more. You might have to. Richard says, Monkey Juice says, has nothing to do with getting shot in the face. What has nothing to do with getting shot in the face? What are you talking about? Did she get shot in the face? Did he shoot her in the face?
I don't know if it was actually not. I don't think it's been directly said. I haven't seen anywhere where it's said. But
3 times, says Monkey Juice.
No, she got shot one time.
One time. Find out where she was shot at, because that sounds like a hyperbolic statement. Mabel says she was a mother of 3 and a careless one at that. To put yourself in danger and obstructing law enforcement by blocking traffic, she was told to leave and did not, until it was too late. I am not sorry. Nor should you be. Again, you can't save the whole world. You can't even consider the whole world. It's too big. There's too many people. You got to draw your focus to the people that you're involved with. It's not wrong to not care about people you can't change anything for. But that being said, she put herself in this position. It was a bad position to be in. Bad things happened. If you're going to do things you've never done before, you got to be willing to expect things that have never happened before.
It's not, everything I've seen so far is not telling me exactly where she was shot, but it just says that she was fatally shot by an ICE agent.
So I'm guessing midsection, because that's where most people are trained to shoot.
Unless she was really, really short and that, or it ricocheted through the dash or
something like that.
Something, I mean, but there was only one shot in front of her. The other 2 were behind her. So how could she have been shot 3 times? There was 2 holes in the rear passenger side, or the rear driver's side window, which was behind the driver's seat.
There you go. Colleen says, agreed. Hi, Colleen. Welcome to the show. Like, subscribe, and share.
Right. And the first shot went through the windshield.
There you go. So he shot her coming at him, and then he shot at her as she was driving by. Right?
Yeah, well, it pow, 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 boom. Yeah. I mean, it was just...
Well, it was quick, but I'm saying he took one shot as she was hitting him, and then as she went by him, he turned and fired twice again.
Yes.
Pow, pow. Okay.
But, well, no, he was firing the whole time as she's driving off.
So how many bullets hit her?
It only says 1.
Okay.
But it's not saying
how
where.
How many shots were fired?
3. 1 in the windshield. You read down further. I posted a whole article in the chat.
Well, as I said, he fired once as she was coming at him, and then as she passed, and he turned and fired twice again.
No, he didn't. None of that. It happened so quick. It went just...
What do you mean he did none of that? That's literally the physics of how you hit somebody.
He didn't turn. He was already there. I mean, he was just firing, and as the truck went by,
if he didn't turn, then when she passed him after hitting him, he would be shooting in the wrong direction. He had to turn. She went behind him. Do you understand? He started out in front of her. She lunged. He fired. Then he turned and fired at the back of the vehicle twice. It's the only way it could have happened. Unless he jumped over the car.
No, you'll have to see to understand what I'm talking about.
I see it. I see that the car is going this way, and he's in front of it. Bam. Then it goes by him, and he shoots at her twice as she goes by.
Yes, but he... Bam, bam. I mean, he pulled pop, pop, pop.
I understand it happened fast, but physically it had to happen that way. There's no other way for it to happen that way. Unless all 3 shots came from the front.
No, the first shot went through the windshield. The second 2 shots went into
the back.
The driver's side back seat.
That means that when she hit him, he had to pivot and turn around.
Well, the car was going at an angle, so it... Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me I don't understand physics.
But yes and no, but yes.
Fab Daddy says, fleeing but getting shot 3 times is worthy of flight. Well, she didn't get shot 3 times. Flight or fight. As it's a syndrome. It's not a syndrome. Flight or fight is a biological imperative. That's the thing that keeps you alive, is the flight or fight sensation. And you get that when you're in danger. Here's the problem. She put herself in that danger. She was not in that danger by happenstance. It was not an accident. It was not something that just occurred. She went looking for it and put herself in the middle of it. That makes the onus on her. She's the bad guy in this scenario, not the cop. I agree that he should not have shot at her, but he did shoot at her because she lunged at him.
And he had the right to.
And he had the right to, whether I agree with it or not. And I don't. I think he should have been more cool-headed and de-escalated rather than escalating. But that's not always what people do. And in this situation, it would have not escalated if she had not been there. And she didn't have to be there. So this is her fault. There's no other way to see it. I'm sorry if you don't like that, but it's the truth. And as I've stated many times, I try to deal in the truth. Because lies don't get you anywhere. And they're wrong. Amber says, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I'm just saying.
That part.
That part. Amy says, hi, Colleen. Welcome. Please like and subscribe. Muggy Juice says, I heard 3. Doesn't matter. What? 3 shots were fired. She did not get shot 3 times. And Fab Daddy says, Amanda, 3 shots fired. We understand that.
And I would probably guess that she died at the hospital, that she didn't get shot in her face.
There you go. If she got shot in the face, it'd be front page news.
Yes.
That'd be all anybody was talking about. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, now you're just being stupid. Colleen says, absolutely. Amber says, 100%. Mabel, the responsible parent part. I agree wholeheartedly. Especially if you're a parent, you shouldn't be thinking about things like protesting. You got children to worry about. You're not part of that part of the world anymore.
She didn't care about her children either because she had 2 of them taken away to abuse.
How about that? You didn't bring that up, Fab Daddy. She had children taken away because she was abusive. Are you still rooting for her? Richard Duggins, or Monkey Juice, says, Jake, not getting out of your car does not justify getting shot in the face. WTF. Number 1, she did not get shot in the face. Number 2, if a law officer tells you to get out of the car, you are obligated to get out of the car. Period. Number 3, I agree. He shouldn't have shot her, but he did. And it's justifiable. So we're just talking semantics now. It happened. I didn't do it, but it happened. Nugget says Britain are going to ban X because of AI.
Good.
I agree with that.
I think they should ban all AI.
I do too. I am anti-AI. I think they should not be done. Our scientists have spent so much time chomping at the bit, being so great that they can do a thing, that they stopped to think about whether or not they should do it. They didn't do that. Just because you can do a thing doesn't mean you should. So maybe Elon Musk will get the clue and remove AI from X. And I hope YouTube does it too. Linda says, hi, Linda.
Hi, Linda hon.
How are you, sweet lady? Nice to see you.
I'm still thinking about your dinner, Linda. That looked delicious.
Ooh.
You have to send me the recipe for that.
What did we have? Hello?
It looked like some type of like a broccoli chicken Alfredo kind of looking thing. I don't know if it was broccoli or spinach.
Sounds delicious.
It looked delicious.
What are you talking about?
What Linda made for dinner.
How do you know what Linda made for dinner?
I seen her post a picture.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Monkey Juice says, stupid. Well, I would like for you to elaborate. If I'm stupid, what exactly constitutes as stupid in your mind?
She said it's homemade ciabatta bread and Tuscan chicken.
Ooh, Tuscan chicken. Now I can get behind chicken.
Right?
I like that.
I'm telling you, it looked yummy.
Kevin says, Fab Daddy, if you listen to the body cam footage, there were 4 bangs. The first bang was the car hitting the officer. Yeah, how about that? I guess that's stupid too, huh? Monkey Juice? And which part are you referring to as stupid? I hope you're not talking about me, because if you are, I'm going to require you to back that up. Let's have a battle of wits, you and I, right here and now in front of God and everybody, and see who comes out standing. No? And I'm tired. You see my eyes drooping? I still take you on. Be calling people stupid. Amy says ICE has been walking on eggshells because of the protests against them. Maybe he overreacted and got trigger happy, but she also should not have put herself in that position. Both things can be true. I agree 100%. Yes. And also, when you're a cop and you're required to do a job such as that, taking illegals out of the country, which is a touchy subject all the way around, it's best that you not be walking on eggshells, scared to death to not do the wrong thing, because that's going to make people nervous and cause them to overreact.
And he was just dragged by a vehicle 6 months prior? Just saying.
My guess is the best way to do that job is to be left alone and let them handle it the way they know how to handle it, and it'll be done efficiently and professionally. But when you get in the way and you cause a bunch of riffraff and make them nervous and make them have to walk on eggshells to keep from offending your sensitive little delicacies, you're going to cause more problems than you're helping. You're not actually helping the problem. You're actually making it worse.
And that's why there's a law called interfering with police.
Right. You shouldn't do that. Even if you disagree with what they're doing, you should not be interfering. This is a government. It does have rules, and you have to abide by them if you're going to live here. Doesn't mean you have to agree with them, but you have to abide by them. That's the law. Think about what you're saying. Monkey Juice says, you got eyes? She was cutting the wheel. Police protocol says don't stand in front of a car. Yes, I have eyes, and I can tell that he was a foot in front of the car because he was walking around it. He wasn't standing there. And she gunned it while he was there. He was a foot away from the car. He couldn't see her wheels, and she couldn't have moved out of his way. That car was going to hit that officer, and it did. I do have eyes. Maybe you should try using yours. Linda says, Fab, I love you, but I disagree. My son was in the same situation and shot a guy because he was going to hit his partner with his car. Yeah, you can use your car as a deadly weapon, and in that scenario, you've only got seconds to react, and you don't know what else is coming, so you have to react decisively and effectively. And sometimes that means people get killed. I don't like it. I wish it didn't happen. But I understand the reason behind it, and I support it. Because overall, it's a net positive to the country that you live in, and that you take advantage of its freedoms every day. Amy says, 2 people were acting on emotional reactions, and bad things happened. I agree with that. Patty says, hey, John, from across the pond. And Amy says, hi, Linda. And John says, I just looked up. I just looked it up. She was an activist.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was definitely putting herself in that situation. It wasn't a situation where they came up on her or she was driving down the road and got caught in the middle of it. She went there on purpose to be involved and to be in the way.
Chances are she's a paid activist.
Probably. Not anymore, because she got what she had coming to her.
Right, but there's videos and pictures of her in 3 other states.
There you go. Why would you be in 3 states involved in federal operations unless you were doing it on purpose? Monkey Juice says this ain't a left or right situation. It's what's right or wrong. Well, Monkey Juice, Do you recall any portion of this conversation where I made it a left or right thing? Do you have any backup to what you're saying, or are you just saying words? That's what you're doing. It doesn't mean anything. There's no validity to anything you're saying. I've done everything I can to be non-biased and look at the facts of the situation without making it left wing or right wing. I didn't bring up George Floyd. I didn't bring up George Bush or anybody else.
Or pedophiles.
Pedophiles or Epstein. I didn't bring any of that up. I'm just looking at the details of what's in front of me.
Or the ballroom.
Is there anything you'd like to add to your left wing, right wing statement? While you're looking down your nose at me and calling me stupid? I'll wait. No? Okay then. Sit down and shut up. Mabel says, I appreciate the prayers. Vic needs them. I am praying that he will come home. I'm praying that he'll come home too. I think it's the right thing to do. And I think you're well within your rights to ask that. I mean, I don't know how many times he's deployed, but I would assume it was more than once. He's done his bit for king and country. And he's been injured. So it's time to appreciate the family. And I hope he sees that. That's just my opinion, though. I have no place to say anyway, but if I could, I would sit down and tell him it's time to take care of the lady and the kid. The country is going to not go anywhere.
Now, you can read these. This is a 3-part thing, so there's 3 comments.
Okay. Amanda says, during a recent incident in Minneapolis, the ICE agent fired his weapon a total of 3 times. The shooting occurred as the civilian driver, Renee Nicole Good, was attempting to drive away from the scene. Video analysis from multiple sources include footage from the agent's own phone confirmed 3 shots were fired in rapid succession. The first shot was fired through the front windshield, and the second and third shots were fired as the vehicle moved past him, like I said. From the side of the vehicle through the driver's side window. She was shot 1 time. There you go. Nugget says, hi, Linda and Patty Hart. Kevin says, all politics aside, when you see an officer put his hand on his gun, you comply. Or you risk getting shot. I agree. When the cop tells you to get out of the car, you get out of the car and put your hands up. That's what you're supposed to do. Amy says, the videos I watched, her tires were sliding on the snow, so whatever way the tires were going are irrelevant. It is an optical illusion because of slippery roads. Well, if she's on the snow, and that's a scenario I didn't consider the first time around, if she's on the snow, it really doesn't matter which way her tires were pointed.
You got to go back up to the beginning of that at 9:34, Kevin's comment. You missed one.
All politics aside?
Yes.
I read that.
Okay.
I did read that. All politics aside, when you see an officer put his hand on his gun, you need to get out of the way or risk getting shot. Or comply or risk getting shot. I did read that. Amy says, optical illusion and confirmation bias on both sides. Can't we just say it was a tragedy that children lost their mother? I agree with that. I mean, we can just say that. But we can also just say that they wouldn't have lost their mother if she didn't put herself in a place she didn't belong on purpose, with the intentions of being in the way and on purpose to cause problems. This is a big problem with our country. We have paid protesters, and they spur on non-paid protesters. But if at 3:30 in the morning, Delta 6 or whatever they are, flies in on helicopters and takes you out of your bed to be arrested and taken to New York at 3:30 a.m., and at 6 a.m., there are people walking in the streets with printed signs, thousands of people with signs that look like they came from the same company, that are well crafted and easily legible. There's somebody paying for that. That's not a grassroots movement. That is somebody organizing a thing. They wouldn't have had time to even make those signs unless they were made before the thing happened. Understand? Use your brain with those eyes that Monkey Juice pointed out that you have. Kevin says, Amy, not when 2 of her children were taken from her for abuse. Well, that is true, too. So it's kind of a tragedy that those children were involved with that woman. That's the tragedy. I hope that they're in a better place now with a family that loves them and will take care of them. That's what I hope. Amy says that we can all agree the children will be traumatized. Yes. Mabel says it is a tragedy because she is an idiot. Amy says, I didn't know that, Kevin, and thanks for the information. Kevin says the DOJ, the Department of Justice, is the biggest crooks in America. I don't disagree with that, unfortunately. I wish I could say otherwise, but they really are something else. Fab Daddy said that, not Kevin. I'm sorry. They really are something else. But it ain't the DOJ. It's the people that's in it. And the people that are in it currently are better than the people that were in it last time. They're probably still crooked, but they're better than the last group was. They were crooked and deceptive. At least this DOJ, you know what they're doing. Monkey Juice says police are supposed to be professional. Taunting shouldn't matter at all. I said that. I made that point. Thank you, Monkey Juice. But I've already made that point because I am non-biased and I look at both sides and I can see where the errors are on both sides. Can you? Amanda says,
right, Kevin. I saw that too. She lost 2 of her kids to abuse.
that's terrible. Children shouldn't have to put up with that. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, you're really testing me tonight. Fab Daddy says, relax. Get to it. It's just Politi-tics.
I agree, Mabel.
What?
She says, we're still going on about this lady?
It's Politi-tics. We got to talk about something. Amy says, Fab Daddy, I can agree with you on the last statement. I'm not a fan of the bad cops. I'm not either. And I think that we ought to do more to get rid of those people. But it is very much ingrained in the system. And it's not Trump's fault. He is not the product of what this is. He's a victim of it. Unfortunately. Monkey Juice says, you wouldn't have a job long in the police world if taunting bothered you. I agree with that. I don't disagree with that statement at all. Fab Daddy says, sticks and stones may break my bones, but I'll still be gay. Wait, what? All right. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. This is true. Fab Daddy says, Kevin says, Fab Daddy, you're the one that needs to relax with the TDS bullshit. Well, in all fairness, Kevin, he gives us good content, so that's something. Sorry, my phone was blowing up. Mabel says, it is Politi-tics night. If you cannot keep your composure among other opinions, then you should not be there. With that said, if you think this officer is a murderer, your opinion is wrong. Well, I think everybody's allowed to, voice their opinions and be emotional about it, but I do maintain logic, and I try to keep it straight. And the whole point of this is to do something about the Trump derangement syndrome, and that is to speak logic to those people, to hope that we can bring them back to a position where they're thinking clearly, because they're not. That being said, I'm not entirely sure that Fab Daddy is fully in that camp. I think he's got one foot on a banana peel and one foot on the right. That's what I think.
No, his issue is he lives in California.
He lives in California, so, he's surrounded by it. But if you start seeing the world for what it is, outside of the little bubble of people's thoughts that get trapped in these little bubbles, you begin to see that everything ain't the way you thought it was.
That's like he tried to say that the protests were peaceful.
Yeah, right. Fab Daddy says, Kevin, you are a sycophant. No, he's not. How is he a sycophant? Do you even know what that word means? Do I need to get the dictionary out? A person who acts obsequiously towards someone important or in order to gain advantage. Where and how has Kevin acted obsequiously? Do you know what that word means? Do I need to get the dictionary out? I'm starting to feel like you don't know a lot of big words there, buddy.
He doesn't, after the comment he made about your big word night the other night.
Which was debutante.
Yeah.
Debutante? Really? The other big word was not debutante. It was something like here. But no, Kevin is not a sycophant. Monkey Juice says police are held to much higher standard, correct? They should be.
Yeah, they should be.
Unfortunately, not so much these days because everybody's up in all of these emotional states and have all lost their damn minds on both sides. You got the Lindsey Grahams on one side, the Chuck Schumers on the other side. They're all crazy. You got people running around in the streets going, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam. Relax, man. You're just too tense. Amanda says.
That part, Mabel.
Kevin says, Fab Daddy, your TDS is showing. Yes. Amy says everyone has the right to express their opinions on this show. We can agree to disagree. Well, hopefully. The whole point of tonight is to be a little bit abrasive and to push against ideas. That's the whole point. And it's going to be an argument. That's the way I designed it. Hopefully to let logic slip through the cracks of all of the nonsense. And at the end of the night, have something of substance to hang your hat on and shake hands and be friends afterwards. If we can do that, that's a good step in the right direction of society, because that means that talk isn't dead. Because if we don't have discourse, we don't have anything. That's when people start shooting at each other. That's when violence happens. As long as we can have discourse, disagree or not, if we can discuss an object and come away with a perspective, then we're still below civil war. That's a good thing. That's what we need, more discourse. And here's the thing. There are people listening to these conversations. So even if I can't sway that guy to my way of thinking, and he certainly ain't going to sway me to his, the hundreds of people that hear this might form an opinion one way or the other. So it's educational to people that are listening to the argument. Whether the argument is successful or not, the people listening benefit from it. That's why discourse is so important. I'm on the edge of losing my train of thought because I'm tired. I apologize for that. But the idea here is to have discourse and to argue, but playfully. We can be playful. We can argue, but not get so emotional that we end friendships. That's retarded. It's retarded. For thousands of years, we've been able to argue with each other and still be friends. You can disagree. It's not your side or my side, or damn the torpedoes. There's different kinds of people in the world. We have different opinions. You can think your way, I can think mine, and we can still be buddies. We need to get back to that. This pick a team is just going to divide the country. Divided, we cannot stand. A united house stands firm, but divided, we fall. And there are more things that keep us together than there are that separate us. There are more things that we're alike in than we are different. It's very important. Monkey Juice says, Jobs back after a week. I don't know what you're saying. Jobs back after a week?
Maybe he got his job. Maybe he got back to go back to work after a week. I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about there, Monkey Juice. Be more specific. Amy says, name calling is unproductive unless you're calling somebody a moron. Sometimes that's helpful because a lot of times they don't know they're a moron until you point it out. And I've been attacked a few times for using that word. You can't call people names. Yeah, I can, because that is a clinical definition of what's happening. I'm not calling them a name. I'm correctly diagnosing them. Moron is a clinical term for retardation. Idiot is the same kind of word. It's not a derogatory term. It's a clinical definition. And sometimes they just don't know it. And you got to tell them. And I enjoy telling them who they are. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, you have shown you're willing to state your opinions as fact. Yeah, you can't do that. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one and they all stink like shit. However, fact is fact, black or white, and it don't care about your feelings. There's no plan, WTF, says Richard. What are you talking about? What do you mean there's no plan? Maureen Flood, welcome to the membership. Hello, darling. Thank you for becoming a member. Enjoy. I suggest you go immediately and watch Hyperbold. You'll love it. I worked really hard on it, and I hope you enjoy. What do you mean, Monkey Juice? There's no plan. I don't get it. There's no plan for what? The universe? This conversation? What are we talking about? Mabel says, why are we calling each other names? I'm not calling anybody names. You men are family. Hush and straighten yourselves up. This is unacceptable from you two. Who are we talking about?
Talking about Fab and Kevin and them.
Oh, yeah.
She knows.
They're stretching. They're trying to, you know how a rooster riles up its feathers and does that when there's other chickens around? That's what they're doing. Amy says, God's plan, Monkey Juice, so technically there is a plan. I agree. Monkey Juice says, doesn't matter if there was taunting. No, there doesn't. Why do you keep bringing that up? I've already made this point like an hour ago. Also, taunting isn't why she got shot. She got shot for trying to run over the cop. The taunting was negligent. Debbie says, Fab, watch the name calling. It's childish. And Kevin says, Richard, seems like there was a plan to me. They got in and out with him and his wife without one soldier getting so much as wounded. Oh, we're talking about the Maduro thing. There was no plan, WTF. No, there was a plan. How do you think they got there?
They'd planned it for days.
How do you think they even got there if there was no plan? Well, they just fly around until they landed by accident on his
Wait a
lawn?
minute. That's perfect. It had been planned for days. So much planned that they had set up an artificial building just like Maduro's so that they knew exactly what they were doing and exactly how they were going to do it before they ever got there.
How about that?
How's that for a plan?
And also, they got him quickly. And he was in New York before it went on the news.
And we didn't lose any equipment or any American civilians or military or anything.
That's how you get it done.
That's how you do it.
You get SEAL Team 6 in there and handle that shit.
And when you tell somebody, come get me if you think you can.
Yeah, you remember that part? Come get me, you coward. Trump was like,
Okay.
Done.
Got your ass. And now you're sitting in New York with charges.
Yeah, here's a tip. If you're a dictator in another country, don't tell Trump, come get me, coward, because you'll be got quickly.
Right. Yeah. And they even disconnected all the power and stuff there first.
Dude opened his eye and there was a ICE agent laying in bed with him, staring at him in the face.
Shh. Them stealth fighters went in there with a quickness, though. Got his ass.
Stealth fighters?
Yeah, they had the stealth jets and helicopters.
They had stealth bombers?
The jets, the new things that Trump's got, the
F-38?
The 47 or whatever it is.
F-47? Yeah. That's not a stealth bomber.
Or whatever it is.
I was like, that's a little overkill to get one guy. I'm pretty sure they just went in a Black Hawk helicopter, but whatever.
Well, there were 7 of them.
7 of them, okay. Well, that's not a stealth bomber.
But I seen the video of them all flying back in after it was all done and over with, because they went to all of the military bases. They got to the military bases before they got to Maduro, so they could shut the military bases down to get to Maduro.
Amy says Richard equals monkey juice. Yes. Kevin says, Amy, thank you. And Kevin says, Amy, now it makes sense. Yeah. Fab Daddy says, I believe saying I have TDS is childish.
Well, you do.
If the shoe fits. Now, you stop with that, and I won't say you're a sycophant. Well, he's not a sycophant. That's the problem. You are deranged Trumpishly. You are Trumpishly deranged. He is not a sycophant. He's showing no evidence of sycophantry.
The only thing I have ever seen Fab Daddy say anything good about Trump, regardless of what he's done and all the good that he's done, outside of the bad that he's done, I'm not going to say he's perfect, is lowered the marijuana class.
How about that?
My computer just shut off again.
Uh-oh. Amy says, it's an all-in-one machine. All right. Amber says, doobie time. It's an all-in-one. Are you talking about your toaster?
Yes.
That was a long way up there.
We've been talking. I mean, if you look at the comments, they're all coming in back to back to back, though.
Uh-huh. Debbie says, Monkey, she wasn't shot because of the taunting. The officers are used to that. Yeah, see, that's what happens when they don't actually have anything to grab hold to. They start making up things or grabbing hold to things that don't make sense to cling to so that they can have something to complain about. The truth is this was a shut and dried case. She did something she shouldn't have done, and she got shot for it. Done. The cop was in his right to do so. It was a little excessive, and he probably shouldn't have done it, but he was in his right to do so. Done. There is no drama here. It's shut and dried. It happened. It was justified. That's it. Maybe it won't happen again. Amanda?
Nice, Amy. I love mine. It's about all I use.
Kevin says, Fab Daddy, if you don't have TDS, then make one positive statement about Trump. Go ahead. Prove me wrong. Fab Daddy says, plus Kevin called me stupid, and that hurt my feelings. Fee more than. He did not call you stupid. When did he call you stupid? The only person that was called stupid tonight was me by Monkey Juice. Or at least that's the way I received it. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, I'm waiting. And Fab Daddy says Trump made marijuana a class 3 drug. That's good. That is good, but that's not about Trump. He said, say a nice thing about Trump. That's about drug classing. Amanda?
What? Oh, okay, y'all, be nice.
What? Did you forget
Sorry?
we're doing the whole thing here?
No.
What?
I just looked and I didn't see my name anywhere before I went to doing what I was doing.
Amber says, well, so much for the random question, then the disappearing act. Kevin says, I'm too pissed off to be nice. It's okay, Kevin. It'll be all right. We got this handled. We're in the right here, so. Take a deep breath and center yourself. It'll be okay. Amanda?
Okay, Kevin.
Amy says popcorn. Mabel says happy birthday tomorrow, Amanda. Heart. Yes, happy birthday in just a couple hours.
A couple?
Yeah. 11, 12.
Yeah, like an hour and 15 minutes.
That's a couple of hours. Amber says, I am nice. However, I'm also a grandma. Grandmas have to be nice. It's like in the contract.
Until you mess with our grandkids.
Then you start baking stuff. I'll get you, my pretty. Amy says Debbie's going to have to use extra brine solution to cool Kevin off tonight. Damn. Kevin is fit to be tied. Debbie says, I am mixing it now, Amy. Oh, yeah. Amy says, smiley, smiley. And Amber says, I'm going to send Gigi for 10 jewels. Thank you. I don't know what that means, but thank you. I appreciate it. Hype the video, everybody. I think that's a new thing you're supposed to say now, but I don't know what it means, so hype away. Amanda? Huh? What?
My chat must have jumped because I don't see where
It's
I'm at.
9:47.
Debbie, Kevin. Oh, Debbie. Kevin might need an ice plunge later.
It sounds like it. Sounds like he's steaming at the gills. Amy says, thanks for the gift, Glitter Grounds. Yes, thank you. Nugget says, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Amanda.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, John. Mabel says, oof, I need a drink. Be back soon. Take a shot for me.
You got a bunch of flashing going on for some reason. You notice that?
No. What are you talking about?
You keep flashing.
What, the light, the screen?
Yeah.
It's not coming from my end.
Yeah, it is coming from you.
I'm looking at it right there, and it's not happening.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you next time it happens.
Okay.
I'm not the only one that's seen it.
Well, for one thing, we don't have a full internet connection. I'm streaming at 2199.96 kbits per second. That's not good. I'm supposed to be at like 6,800. So 21 from 68 is a lot of drop. And I'm losing packets, so you're not getting every frame as it's supposed to be coming out. But that's the best I can do. At least they hadn't kicked me out yet.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not causing an issue. It's just every once in a while you see a white flash.
It's probably because having trouble getting all the information. I have a green screen going on and lighting, and there's a lot going on in this video. And it is transposing it or transcoding it as it's being broadcast. So that's what the 4-second delay is about. It's transcoding it into YouTube language, MP4. It's probably just glitching. There's nothing I can do about that, though, until the internet is pushing me out the way it's supposed to. I can't have a clean broadcast, and I hate that. And I apologize, but it's not my fault. I've done everything I could to get them to fix it. Fab Daddy says, you're welcome, Debbie. Kevin says, Amanda, the best I can do is not comment. Well, I want you to comment, buddy. I want you to be a productive part of this conversation or this argument.
You're good, Kevin. That's why we're here.
Amy says, Mabel, try pickle vodka. It makes a great Bloody Mary. Yeah. I like V8 juice, but I don't know if I'd like a Bloody Mary.
Ugh.
Amber says, Kevin, why let him rattle you? We all know Fab is fabulous at stirring up a debate. He is good at that. I almost think he's doing it that way on purpose. So I'm okay with it. Kevin says, it is in my humble opinion that Fab Daddy and Monkey are Trump haters. They are. Both are willing to state opinions as facts. I agree with that. And they do. And I fight back at them every time they do it. And one good thing about that is, and I'll tell you why this is a good thing. Because in order for me to be effective, I have to make good statements so that people hear it and like it and come back. When they say bad things, it gives me something to talk about and a thing to point at to say, that's bad. So then I can clearly define what it is that's wrong with the left by their opinions and then present it as fact so that other people can see it, which makes the channel grow. And I think it just blinked. Is that right?
Yep, it just blinked again.
Yep, that's what it is. It's having problems transcoding as it's going through. So it's a good thing that they're here. Bad ideas are easily found out because they're silly. So when bad ideas are presented, good ideas will trump them every single time, no matter who is saying them. And that's good for us. Because people will eventually come to think of this place as the place you go to get the truth. Well, at least that's what I'm trying to create. So, bring it on. I stand by what I teach. Fab Daddy says, Kevin says, was that nice enough for everybody? Sure. You can get a little harsher if you need to. You can let the steam off if you need to. I can take it. Monkey Juice says, sticks and stones might bother me, but don't shoot me in the face. Well, don't try to hit me with your car, and you'll be all right. Kevin says, don't hit me with the car. Right. If you throw a car at me, I'm going to shoot you in the face. It's a very simple transaction. Car, bullet. Amber says, exactly, Kevin. No need to. Heart. Nugget says, pickle, yuck, in a Bloody Mary. Tomato, something that my chat jumped. Hang on.
950.
Boy, that took me all the way to 11. Where did it go? 950. Pickle, yuck, and a Bloody Mary, tomato juice vodka, and Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. That's a weird place. Weird name. Worcestershire. Which they swear it's Worcestershire. But it says Worcestershire. Weird. Amy says, nugget, tomato juice with a dash of Worcestershire sauce. The Worcestershire. Fab Daddy says, Kevin, you're right. I don't like Trump. I don't hate him, though. In fact, the less I hear Trump, the happier I am. Well, unfortunately, he is the president of the United States of America. And fortunately, he's doing a good job of it. Even if you don't like the man, his results are effective, and the country is doing better because of it. And so is now Venezuela is doing pretty good because of it. And so is everywhere else that he's effectively been involved in. Doing better than they were before. So you don't have to like the man. I don't require that you do. I don't like everything he does. I kind of like him, but I don't think I would like him as like to hang out with him. But I like watching him. I guess that's what you say. But you don't have to like everything about a man for him to do a good job running the country. The fact that you can't say that he's doing a good job is the problem. Because that is disliking him on a personal level. And the truth is you don't know the man. You have no reason to dislike him on a personal level. Amber Brown said hi. Hi. Nugget says, Amy, smiley, smiley, smiley. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, you think you're telling me something I don't already know? Linda says, Monkey, I won't if you don't drive your car in the direction of one of mine aiming to hit them with it, even if you were trying to get away. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, lying about a person just because you hate them is what's called bearing false witness. That is true. And Kevin says, hello, Linda. Nugget says, Biden was more dangerous than Trump sniffing kids. He was more dangerous than Trump in a lot of ways, mostly because he wasn't actually in control. And that's scary because we don't know who was or why was. Amber says, I think it was supposed to stop the conversation, Jake, about E-list. About the Epstein list? Yeah, it was supposed to derail the conversation. It didn't. And Amy says, Ashley Biden's diary, Nugget. Yeah, read that. That's trippy. I haven't read the whole thing, but I read enough to get skeeved out about Joe Biden.
Taking showers with his daughter?
Yeah.
That's gross.
I mean, she was like 14.
Yeah, that's a little much.
Fab Day says, did you know the U.S. has spent more money on DHS, Department of Homeland Security, than other countries' militaries? Yeah. We got a bigger one than any other country. By default, it costs more. Yeah. What's your point? Why is that a bad thing? Mabel says, guilty until proven innocent. It's the American way, you know. It seems to be these days. It ain't supposed to be that way, but it does seem to be.
It's that way.
Amber says, yay, Miss Hammer. Hearts and dancing girls. Nugget says, Amy, taking showers ring a bell? The diary? Yep. Fab Daddy says, look at that big, beautiful ballroom.
Yeah.
It is a big, beautiful ballroom, and he paid for it in a good way. And it drives you crazy, don't it?
Yep, didn't cost taxpayers a penny.
He's also, just like every other president who has done stuff to the White House. Every one of them has done something to the White House. Some of them was major construction. One of them put an entire city under the ground. So they tore the whole half of it down and built under it and then built it back up. You don't know much about that, though, do you?
Just wait, though. That comment that he made right there gets way better. A few comments down, you're going to love it.
Okay, I can't wait. Linda says she even took off while her significant other was trying to get in the car. It sure looked like she had an agenda.
All right.
And she did. Amy says, Mabel, that's very true. And that's how it works. Guilty unless you have enough money to prove yourself innocent. Yeah, and if you find yourself in the crosshairs, you're just shit out of luck. Because if they want to, they're just going to take everything you got. And it'll cost you everything you have left to fight it.
Yep, and then you're going to lose anyway.
So even if you win, you lost.
Linda, hamburger helper hand.
Hamburger helper. Nugget says, congratulations, Amanda, 21 again.
I wish.
Yeah.
9:56.
Linda says, hey, Kevin. And Amanda says, LOL. You read that.
I'm looking at you making faces thinking about 21 again. LOL, thanks always.
I could do a lot with that.
I bet you could.
Oh, to be 21 again.
Or for me to be 21 again.
Oh, yeah. Amy says, Fab, because everyone wants to come to America. That's why they have to spend more than any other country. Yeah. For a country that's so bad, it's so weird that everybody wants to come here.
And the people that live here that don't like it won't leave.
Right. Amy says, the big, beautiful ballroom funded by corporations and private donors.
Right. Here we go. Here we go. Are you sitting down, babe?
I'm ready.
Okay, read that comment.
It's a cover for an AI server. That's what's being built in the basement.
Don't fall out of your chair. Don't fall out of the chair.
Guess what, Fab Daddy? There's already one in the basement.
Why does Trump need an AI server in the basement? He's got Elon Musk.
Probably to keep his Truth Socials up to date.
He don't need none of that. And he damn sure ain't gonna put it in the White House.
Right.
As stupid as that comment.
That's what happens when people
TDS.
slide a fancy.
Just grasping at straws.
Mm-hmm.
The free ballroom, free to the taxpayers, funded by Trump and donations. Get over it.
And now that when we have dignitaries from other countries come in, we can treat them to a grand ballroom experience and really show power and authority when they come and not squeeze them into an old house.
Or an old tent that's wet in the grass and they got to use a outhouse or a porta potty to go to the bathroom. That's ridiculous.
Now that people come in and say, oh, look how grand America is.
Right.
I think that's wonderful. Why would you not?
And it's beautiful.
And every other president from here on out has use of it.
And he didn't name it after him.
Right.
Which he could have.
He could have. He could have put big gold letters, Trump, right on the White House.
Yep. He could have put it in the floor in gold letters.
Amy says, hands Fab Daddy a roll of aluminum foil for a nice shiny hat.
Right? It would probably run from him, though. It'd be like, no, this dude's crazy. I'm out of here.
Linda says they ordered her multiple times to exit the vehicle. They did. Amanda?
Fab, if you lost your damn mind and went totally nuts, you are way out there with your TDS.
I just have a question.
Yes.
What is the hidden AI server going to do? Do you know? What does AI server mean? Do you know what a server is? Do you know what they do? A server hosts websites. It literally is a Linux-run operating system that stores web pages. And it allows it to run like a business so that it doesn't bog down your computer because people are constantly coming into the web page. You need a separate place for that so that your computer doesn't bog down because it's a big thing, a server. So if you have a server that has AI on it, what is it doing exactly? Do you know? Do you even know how AI works? Do you know what it is? Do you know that it takes a whole host of servers to run AI? Like a warehouse full of servers? Do you think there's Windows 95 machines down there? Amy says, hidden AI server. Haha, that's a new one.
I think that California air has fried your brain.
Kevin says, Fab Daddy, this is my personal problem with you. You are making statements as if they are facts. That's called bearing false witness.
That's hilarious. Hidden AI servers.
Yeah, well, don't you worry, Kevin. I'll keep it straight.
That's
Everything they say that is retarded, I will counter it with fact. And that way you can walk away knowing that it didn't just go unnoticed.
That's hilarious. Hidden AI server. That's epic and so effing dumb.
It's pretty dumb.
And he don't believe in God like we do, Kevin, so that doesn't matter to him.
Fab Daddy don't believe in God?
Not like we do.
I don't think he believes in God. Mabel says, do you have amaretto in America?
Yes.
I'd have to know what that is.
Yes, it's a drink. Yes,
Oh.
we have it.
It's a very popular drink in Italy. Okay. I don't know what it is, though.
It's a wine.
Okay. Aaron, what's up, my brother? Aaron says the gloves have been dropped. Ha! Release the Kraken. What's going on, buddy? Amy says the super secret AI server. We can call it SOF. Super obvious propaganda house.
Great one. Perfect, Amy.
My hat's off to you. I love it. SOF. I think we've seen this before. It's in the Michael Jackson wing. Man, that's good. I just have to. I wish there was a way I could heart that. That's a good one. Kevin says, hello, Aaron. Amy says, Mabel, amaretto is good. Aaron says, I've been here the whole time learning.
You got your ears full tonight, huh, Aaron?
Kevin says, Aaron, hello, always. Or anyways. Hello, anyways. Nonetheless, hello. Aaron says, maybe they have amaretto cherry ice cream. Oh, Mabel, they have amaretto cherry ice cream. It was my ex-wife's favorite, and I never got into it. Amaretto cherry ice cream. I can't imagine cherry ice cream.
Oh, yeah. Cherry ice cream is delicious.
It's got to be tart.
No. It's actually sweet. It's delicious, and then you put a little bit of chocolate syrup on it.
Well, I don't know about all that.
I'm
Well, I
telling
guess, yeah, chocolate-covered cherries. I guess you could have
Yes.
that. But what wine, I'm trying to picture wine and ice cream. It's a weird flavor combination.
I'll look the next time we go and see if they have it.
Try it.
It's good.
Amy says, Aaron, kissy face. Aaron says, hi, Kevin, sir. Uh-oh.
He's already gone. Ain't no sense in going through it.
I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out what he meant by that.
He's just talking crap. There's 3 or 4 more after that, too.
Well, you should take me seriously. I'm a very serious fellow, like a heart attack or a rattlesnake bite. Patty says, total knockout for me. Good night, all, and thank you, Miss Amanda and Jake. Peace and prayers. Patty, thank you for being here, sweet lady. I love you. I hope you had fun tonight. That's the whole point. Have a good time. So enjoy your rest, and we'll see you for Bible study tomorrow night. And Rachel says, I'm back, in case y'all were wondering. I was wondering, where'd you go? I figured you fell asleep, but I'm glad you're still here. And Kevin says, good night, Patty. Noggin ass. Is that how you say that? Noggin ass.
Yeah.
Welcome. Like and subscribe, please. And Rachel says, oh, still talking about Minnesota? We're just asking questions. Fab Daddy says, good night, Patty. Richard Monkey Juice says, 3 times, 1 time is irrelevant. Really? No, that's very much different. 3 bullets in your body against 1 bullet in your body is very different. For 2 reasons. Number 1, pain level, and number 2, it shows the severity of the person trying to kill you, whether or not they were trying to or not. My guess is, he was just trying to stop her from running over people. But I don't know. Again, I don't know what their thoughts were like. I can only imagine myself in that situation. Amy says, good night, Mama Patty. Monkey Juice says, does it really matter, WTF? Yes, it really matters. The details matter. The devil, as it were, is in the details. Rachel says, it kills me to say this, but I low-key agree with Fab. I hear you, but which part?
Just keep going. It'll clear up for you.
Monkey Juice says, this is the problem. Punch me once or twice or 3 times, it doesn't really matter. No, it matters. I mean, it really doesn't with me, because if I punched you, the first time would be effective. But it does matter. Nugget says, there's one place to find out where she was shot. Hospital records.
Yeah, well, those are confidential due to the HIPAA law.
Yeah, but you would think they would tell you on the news.
Yeah, but they haven't yet.
Amy says, John, it would be the medical examiner's office and the coroner's office. Right on. Linda says she disobeyed a lawful direct order multiple times and then tried to elude them by putting her car in drive and actually hitting the officer that was coming to back up the other officers. So she committed multiple offenses. Yes. No matter how you look at it, she was in the wrong because she put herself in that position on purpose to cause trouble. And then she disobeyed direct orders. And then she used her car as a weapon. I'm sorry, there's no other way to see that. Even if they were out of line for being there, she was out of line for what she did. Amy says, phew, my son is home. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Amanda?
Good one. Good, Amy. Now relax.
Amy says, I feel relieved now. No matter how old your child gets, you always worry about them. This is true. Even if you hadn't seen them in a while. It never goes away. Fab Daddy says, Rachel, what has become of you? Does anybody else in here feel the way I do? Some sunny day. Monkey Juice says, are you 100% sure she lunged at him or did she turn the wheel to escape? No, I'm 100% sure. Because I watched the video and I saw it. And he was in front of the car about a foot. So even if she turned the wheels to escape, she would have hit him. There's nowhere the car could go that would not have hit him. And also, 3 times they told her to get out of the car. 3 times. Probably more, but that's the 3 times that were recorded. So yes, she was in the wrong. There's no other way to see it. And also note that I have not brought politics into that at all. I don't care whose side who was on. What she did was wrong. Period. Rachel says, Fab gets me every time. Smiley face with a little drool. Fab's a good dude. You two should get together. Nugget says she was dead before the car crashed. I would imagine.
Maybe, but it says she died at the hospital.
Okay, so she was not dead before the car crashed. And Rachel says, Fab, remember how she said that? We would meet some sunny day? Linda says, I'm sure she saw him, Monkey. She saw him. It was definitely, she intended to go forward and hit that guy. But what she was trying to do was get away from the cop that was trying to open her door and pull her out of the car. And she didn't think. I'd be willing to bet she did not think about what was going to happen next. She just was trying to get away from getting pulled out of the car. Kevin says, John, how could you know that? Monkey Juice says, why does her being a bad mother have anything to do with this?
Because if she was a good mother, she'd have been at home taking care of her kids instead of out in the streets protesting.
Right. And also it goes to character. You understand that she was there on purpose, right? ICE agents didn't just surround her car and she was out there going about her business. It was not a situation that she happened into by accident. She put herself there on purpose, knowing what she was doing. She knew ICE was there. She went there to cause trouble for ICE.
And as a parent, you're supposed to be a role model to your children, and that is not being a good role model to your children.
Right. That's teaching your children anarchy, which is bad. Rachel says, Monkey, right. We don't know why her kids got taken away. Yes, we do. Doesn't justify getting shot and killed. Yes, we do know why. Because she abused them. They were taken away from her for abuse. That's why they were removed. It does justify her getting shot and killed because she threw a car at a police officer. That's justifiable.
Self-defense.
This has nothing to do with politics. I don't even care what side she was on. She was there to protest on purpose to get in the way of cops. And then she threw a car at a cop.
And it doesn't matter if you have a badge or not. If somebody comes at you with a car and you can't get out from in front of it and you shoot them, that is justifiable. That is self-defense.
Now, that all being said, I don't think the cop should have shot her. I really don't. I think that he overreacted. But he did shoot her. And that shot was justifiable. So there it is. But in my opinion, I think he should have de-escalated. All of the cops should have de-escalated instead of allowing it to go as far as it did. But that's not what happened. So you're faced with reality versus feelings.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but didn't.
Right.
And when things happen as fast as they happen like that, you've got a split second to think, do or don't. My life or yours. Sorry.
Linda says, homemade ciabatta bread and Tuscan chicken. Ooh. You're making me hungry. Woman, feed me.
I did feed you.
I know. Amy says, sounds delicious. It does sound delicious.
And in 46 minutes, I'm not feeding you no more. It's all your turn for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, I got you, baby. And I'll put something in your mouth for sure.
I bet you will.
Amy says, I like ciabatta bread. I've never had ciabatta bread. I'm not sure what that is. I mean, I'm sure I'd love it because I love freshly baked bread, and Linda seems like the kind of cook that would make you love what she cooks. But I've never heard of ciabatta. I don't know what that is. I'm not very cultured. I'm very cultured, but I'm not very cultured, if you know what I mean. I'm book cultured. I have no street culture.
I've got more street culture than I do book, but I've got some of both.
Nugget says, Facebook is full of AI. Every is AI generated. Every post. Yeah, it seems like it, don't it?
Yeah.
I'm totally against AI, by the way. I think it should go away. I think it's a blight on creativity.
It's a bunch of lies.
And thank God you can look at it and tell it's AI. But it's getting so good that it's hard to tell now. Them animal videos are ridiculous. They look great. It's scary. You know, where the dog protects the baby from the falling chandelier or whatever. There's 1,000 of those videos.
What gets me is all these videos with the animal saving the baby in the backyard.
I just said that.
Hold on. In the backyard.
Whatever.
Who's going to leave their baby in the backyard alone?
I get it. But it's an AI-generated video. That was my point. And they're getting really, really good.
Yeah.
In 5 years, there's no way to distinguish the difference between reality and AI. In 5 years, we will no longer be able to believe what we see. We'll have to question everything. That's not good. That's not a good place to be. Linda says sun-dried tomatoes and spinach was in it. It sounds delicious, Linda. You outdid yourself. I wish I could be sitting at your table with my feet propped up and my belly hanging out, thanking you for a fine meal. But I'm not. I wouldn't put my feet on your table either, but you get the idea. Kevin says, unlike some people, I don't make false statements. Your statement ability is not in question, Kevin. Amy says, OMG, Linda, you're just teasing us now. She is. She's really laying it on thick, too. Fab Daddy says, I got spoiled with good food when I lived in Napa. Now all I get is fast food. You gotta stop that. You need to get you an Amanda. Amy says, sun-dried tomatoes are one of my favorites. And Linda says, smiley, smiley, Amy. And Rachel says, Fab, eat a salad. Right? Got to get some health in you somehow. And Fab Daddy says, interference is a physical thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you getting at there?
When I said there's a law on interfering with police.
Yep. Rachel says, Fab, I'm not feeling the love from you. Fab Daddy, you better show that girl some love. You see she's reaching across the aisle there trying to pet you a little. Show her some love. Fab Daddy says, heart, 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 heart. Well, that's better. Now say she's pretty. And Fab Daddy says, kissy face, what you need, sugar?
Well, WTF was she doing if it wasn't interfering?
Right. Rachel says, Fab, I never agree with you, but I guess it's a new year, and I agree with you. Well, I can't win them all. There's one to you, Fab. Rachel says, Fab, I appreciate it. Smiley, smiley, smiley. Fab says, Amanda, she waved a car by before she got shot. Yeah.
No, she didn't let a car go by before she got shot.
She waved a car by before she got shot. What?
That was an ICE agent that snuck around her.
Yeah, she wasn't waving anybody by. That was somebody chasing her or trying to stop her. Amy says, I started a new quit today for every special occasion. I started a new quilt today for every special person that I care for dearly. Good gracious. One quilt for every person? That's kind of selfish, don't you think? I mean, I can't even get under the covers with her.
Whatever.
I'm gonna want my own quilt. But that's beautiful, Amy. Kevin says, scratch one payback. Scratch one paycheck. Scratch one paycheck. Scratch one paycheck. I don't get it. Fab Daddy says she wasn't blocking shit. But that's not true. Her car was in the road this way. And the road was going this way. Why would you say that? That's clearly not the truth. She clearly was blocking the road.
She had to back up to go forward, which means she was clearly blocking the road. Because she couldn't go forward without backing up because there was a car there.
Why are you trying to make excuses for something you know nothing about?
It don't matter. He went to bed already.
Did he?
Yeah.
I bet he's still listening.
Probably, but
we're only halfway through the chat.
You're an hour behind.
Jesus.
Yeah, you're an hour behind.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those midnight nights. I can feel it in my bones.
Unless you just run through them.
Where'd Aaron go? He ain't said nothing.
He ain't nobody saying nothing now because they're tired of harping on the same thing. We're talking about just regular stuff now.
Well, I'm just following the trend here.
I know.
I didn't bring this subject up.
I like this next comment.
Amy says, just the road. She wasn't blocking shit but the road.
Right. Way to change your story now, Fab. Go ahead. Dig deeper.
Rachel says, people can be assholes and protest, etc. The officer was not in danger, nor did she run over anyone. Well, actually, she did hit him with her car. So he was in danger. And he perceived himself to be in danger. Also, you may not understand this, but a short while before this happened, he was hit by a car earlier and drugged so many feet. So
had stitches in his leg and
stuff.
Had
stitches and all that. So that was in his mind while this was going on. So he had reason to believe she was going to run over him. That's why he shot at her. I don't agree with him shooting her. I don't think he should have. But you can understand in that scenario why he would feel the need to. But she did hit him with a car, so that's not correct.
Yeah, she did hit him, though.
Monkey Juice says, message retracted. Well, I can't read it if you retract it, Monkey Juice. Rachel says, Amanda, oh, my bad. Amy says, he's got big balls. She's got big balls, and we've got the biggest balls of them all. Bouncer to the left, a bouncer to the right. My favorite balls are when they're in my... What? When they are held closely at night. Paraphrasing. My favorite balls are being held closely at night also.
I have to have something in my hands at night. Whether it's him or me, something's in my hand all night long.
Rachel says, Amanda, okay, I guess if she hit an officer, it makes sense, I guess. I'm not trying to excuse it. I think it was wrong that he shot her. I don't think he should have. I think he overreacted. But that's not what happened. I don't want him to have shot her, but he did. And the reason he did is because she threw a car at him. It's justifiable. It's not right, but it's justifiable. And Rachel says, I thought there was only one officer. No, she was surrounded. There was one at her door trying to open it because they had already told her to shut off the car and get out 3 times. So he was reaching to get her out. And while he was pulling at the door, she pulled off. And I'm assuming a cop was behind her. And there was a guy walking around the car to go over and help his buddy get her out of the car. And that's when she struck him. There were at least 3 cops there, maybe more. And they were federal agents, not police officers. That don't make much difference, but there is a difference. There's a difference in training and a difference in expectation, the way they handle problems. And that's another thing people get confused on because they're trying to treat these people like they're street cops. They're not cops. They don't deal with this every day. These are federal agents that are doing a different job, not traffic. That's not their job. So they're apt to handle it differently. Amy says, impending traffic is not legally protected protesting. Stay in the sidewalk. Don't get in the road. Don't use a car to block the road. Agreed. And Rachel says, it sounded like 3 shots. There were 3 shots, but only one of them hit her. And I guess it killed her later at the hospital.
Or on the way to the hospital.
They said she died at the hospital.
Yeah.
Linda says, Fab, if I park my car across the road, I would at least expect to get an obstructing traffic. Right.
There was one at the driver door and one who shot her was walking around the front of the truck.
Mm-hmm. Amy says, right, Cookie. And Rachel says, Amanda, I see. Interesting. Makes sense.
Yes, Rachel. Watch some videos and you'll disagree with Fab.
Kevin says there was no snow under the front tire that had broken traction. Now, there was no snow to break traction, is what he's saying. So it was rainy and wet, snowy, but that's not what caused her to hit him. Right? Is that what you're saying? Fab Daddy says, I'm pretty certain Renee Good was shot on the side of the head when Jonathan Ross was perpendicular at arm's length. Perpendicular at arm's length. Perpendicular to what? The road? Because she hit him and he was flying through the air? What are you saying? I don't know if she shot in the head or not. I don't think that information is out. My guess would be center mass, because that's what officers are trained to do. Shoot for the most effective area.
I think the one that went through the windshield got her in the chest.
Could be. I don't know. I don't think anybody else knows either.
I don't know. I don't know how tall she was or how close she was to the steering wheel or anything like that. All that factors in.
And how do you get arm's length? Where's that in a report? Or is that just you assuming? Fab Daddy says, after shot, her muscles stiffened up, and that's why the car sped up. Wrong. Rigor mortis don't set in until a few hours after you die. That's incorrect.
And
and by the way, if you've ever watched anybody commit suicide, they go limp when they die. They don't stiffen up. Wow.
And if you're shot in the face or head, like you guys are claiming, she's got no bodily function at all. Her muscles ain't doing nothing because there's no brain function there to tell it what to do.
No, she sped up before the shot.
Yes, when she put her car in drive and floored it.
Right.
And you can hear that on the video.
Amanda says, Aaron, hamburger helper in. Sorry I missed you.
And you can also see it with the exhaust coming out of her exhaust pipe because it's so cold with the poof of smoke, the poof, the cloud, steam poof of cloud that come out of her exhaust pipe when she hit the gas.
Linda says, Fab, get new glasses and watch all the videos again. I agree. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, and still within his rights to shoot after being struck by her car. I agree with that. Fab Daddy says, after the incident, a physician on scene was denied the ability to check on her by these thugs of their police officers. And he was probably denied because she was dead or dying.
And at that point, she was in police custody, so yeah.
And why was there a physician on the scene? Where did you get that information? Is that even correct information? That doesn't even sound right.
LOL Fab, she floored it because... LOL Fab, she floored it because she was shot?
No, she
floored it before she was shot.
And then she got shot.
Right.
Muggy Jew says, so let's get this straight. We did. Well, it's not because of anything you've said. ICE agent says 100% in the clear. Just asking. I never said anything like that. Did you hear me say that? What I said was the shooting was justifiable. I have no idea how this is going to shake out in court or if there will be any court. You know, it's only illegal if somebody says it's illegal. That's how laws work. So if they justify it, he probably won't see any reprimand for it at all. I don't know. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the incident, not how it's going to work out in the end. Who knows anything? That you can't read the future. What does him being clear have anything to do with whether or not he shot her or whether or not she deserved it? So you're asking a question that can't be answered. Aaron, there you are. I was worried about you. He says, don't worry, Amanda. I'm chilling and learning. Well, talk. You're here to talk. I want to talk to you.
Aaron said he ain't getting involved in this shit.
Kevin says, monkey, yes.
Linda says, yes, monkey.
Amy says, Amber, I think that glitter you sent me is permanently in my hair. I found silver hair today.
Uh-oh.
I think that's the glitter for sure. Yeah, right. I found silver in my hair, too. Does that mean that glitter came my way? Or is it just me being old? Monkey Jew says, there will be a complete FBI investigation, so let's not jump the gun. The only person jumping the gun was her. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
In what way have I jumped any gun? Have I not handled this with non-biased critical thinking and trying to figure out what all the details are and not jumping to conclusions or being emotional? Have I not laid things out as they were told through the news? I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't see it happen, so I have to rely on the videos. But other than that, how have I jumped the gun and in what way? What exactly are you saying or insinuating?
And no, Monkey, we never said that he was 100% in the clear or 100% right.
I have no idea. I don't know the details except for what we figured out tonight. But if it goes to court, if somebody pressed charges, if for some reason he's reprimanded for his actions and it is found to not have made a justifiable shot, I have no idea how the court's going to see it or how the jury's going to take it. You have to wait and see. What we're talking about is the 3 minutes that this occurred in and what happened.
I don't even think it was 3 minutes. Maybe a minute and a half from start to finish.
Dwight says, you are a naive simpleton when it comes to discussing politics. Well, thank you, Dwight. Let's see how that works out for both of us. Why don't you hit that subscribe button while you're watching my show? You know, the one that you're knocking. When is your show on? I'll come check it out. Dwight, meet everybody. Everybody meet Dwight. I'm a simpleton. A naive one. Mabel says, we are still going on about this lady. Welcome to Politi-tics. Fab Daddy says, the FBI, you mean Cash Patel? Well, he is the director of the FBI, so yeah, I would mean Cash Patel. What are you saying? Monkey Juice says, why are you people calling me Monkey? Are you not Monkey Juice?
He is.
Is that not an MJ at the end of the Richard Duggins /UX1 Monkey Juice?
And the orange circle has an M in it?
If you're not Monkey Juice, who are you? Monkey Juice is the handle that used to be there, and now it's Richard Duggins. Is that not correct?
Because YouTube changed them.
Are you not who I think you are? And if so, I apologize for everything I've said.
Yes, unfortunately, Mabel.
Amy says, hi, Dwight. Welcome. Your opinion. Please like and subscribe. And Mabel says, I leave, I come back, still the same. Well, I never said I would be unpredictable.
Because he used to be Monkey Juice.
Richard says, damn, Amy ratted me out, LOL. Amy says, Mabel, you missed Linda's ciabatta bread, or ciabatta sandwiches. And Amy says, you ratted yourself out, Monkey Juice.
No, I remember your name back when YouTube changed it a while back.
And Mabel says, yes, when he referred to himself in the third person. Who?
Monkey Juice?
Oh. Maureen Blood, welcome. Maureen says, hello, everyone, Jake and Amanda. Why is your name White? Didn't you just become a member?
That was before.
Oh. Amy says,
I got
chicken wings in the air fryer. Ding, ding, chicken wing. I actually would love some chicken wings. That's a good idea. Let's have chicken wings tomorrow. Or Monday. Tomorrow, whatever you want. Fish?
Okay.
Amy says, hey, Maureen, kissy face.
Hamburger helper hand, Maureen. Hi.
Maureen says, hey, Amy. Kevin says, hello, Maureen. Amy says, I've got. Understood. Maureen says, hi, Kev. Fab Daddy says, my congressman passed away on Monday. Rip. R.I.P. Doug LaMania. What? La Mafia. La Mafia? His name is La Mafia? La Marfa?
La Mafia.
La Marfa. La Marfa. That's it. Doug La Marfa. What a name. I'm sorry he passed away. Was he a good congressman? Amber says, Maureen, hearts and hamburger helper hands. And Amber says, I need Q-tips. Don't cross the road without looking first. Q-tip. Maureen says, hey, Amber. Amy says, my condolences to his family, Fab. Maureen says, I liked and shared. Thank you, Maureen. How are you doing? How was your Christmas? And your New Year's? Welcome to 2026. Amy says, I love crazy people. It makes me look halfway normal. Nice. Amber said, Amber says, LOLOL, Mabel. Same. I took a shower and made a cup of coffee. Hearts and coffee. Amanda?
R.I.P. Doug.
Linda says, right, Amy. Smiley face. And Fab Daddy says, he was born in my town. What did he die of?
It's in there.
Kevin says, Fab Daddy, how old was he? Fab says he's 65. Kevin says, damn, that's young. Linda says, that's young, Fab. Fab says, massive heart failure. That's terrible. And Debbie says, I believe if the FCC would do their jobs and impose outlandish fines on the news media for half-truths and downright lies and passing opinions as factual news, this chaos would clear itself up. I think you're right about that, but I also think that we've kind of allowed opinion to take over for whatever reason. We monetized the news back in the 90s. It started back then. It was a clear time when you could tell the difference. Them two ladies on ABC News or whatever it was, the wine drinkers, you know who I'm talking about? It was like there was a difference between the way they talked. The news used to be real stiff and they would talk in this rigid motion, you know, like almost like the British talk. And then all of a sudden there were people that were just relaxed and giggling and drinking wine on national television, things like that. It was shocking back then. And it was about that time that opinion started creeping in. So now all news is opinion. There is no news anymore. There is no channel that is the news. It's all left wing or right wing or independent, but it's all from an angle. And that's what ruined it. If you're going to have the news, it's got to be non-biased, and it's got to be by people that are disinterested personally. A person who has an opinion should not be given the news. That's my opinion. Amber says, Jake, you look a bit rested. Get a little bit of rest, question mark. A little bit, yeah. Thank you for stating that. I did get a little rest, but I'm kind of all over the place right now and got a bunch of irons in the fire and trying to get through the last part of the year. This is a very slow time of year for me work-wise, so I'm like a spider stretched out trying to get everything together and keep everything together. And but I am a little rested today. I'm a little hoarse too, so I apologize for that, but thank you for noticing. Linda says 100% thumbs up, Debbie. And Kevin says 100%, Debbie. Amber says, massive what, Fab? Oh my gosh. Heart attack. Heart failure. Prayers. My grandfather had 4 different heart surgeries. What was he getting, like the stent? Every time they'd pull out another artery and put a stent in, something like that? My dad went through that. I think he had 2 of them. Amanda?
That part, Debbie.
Fat Daddy says, I prefer to call them buffoons. Who?
Talking about calling people moronic and morons.
Well, buffoon is a derogatory statement. That's a insult. Calling you a moron is not an insult. If I call you a moron, it's because you are stating a moronic fact. Look up the word moron, and you'll denote its meaning. It has to do with the brain. It is a clinical description. It is not an insult. A buffoon or acting buffoonery is not a clinical term. It is a physical term. There's Maureen's membership. Thank you for becoming a member, Maureen. I appreciate that. Watch Hyperbowl. See what you get out of that. It is a completely different look into my mind. Amber says, Debbie, popcorn and dancing and unicorns. Amy says, Debbie, blame Obama for that last minute EO that made it legal. EO?
Executive order.
The last-minute executive order that made it legal. What? Opinions on the news? It's been going on longer than Obama. He might have mainstreamed it. But they were going that way since Clinton. Amber says, yay, Maureen, stars and hearts. Amanda says, woohoo, thanks, Maureen, welcome. Smiley face with breasts. And Amy says, woohoo, Maureen. Sorry.
You're getting there.
I'm getting to the end of my voice.
You might make it.
Amy, Linda says, yay, Maureen. I think that's a bouquet, but I'm not sure.
Yes. No, that's a party hat.
Maureen says, I had to update with new card as my old had been stolen. I'm sorry to hear that, Maureen. I'm glad that you got that handled, though. Did you make sure to cancel that old number?
I'm sure.
Don't let them get you. Amy says, I recommend the Hyperbowl videos. You'll like it, Maureen. Amber says, surprised heart attack. Mabel says, more like a peacock. What are we talking about? Fat Daddy says, cockfight. Mabel says, it is all pretty colors and loud noises.
Mabel's feeling good over there.
I hope so. She
needs
deserves it.
Yeah, she does.
You deserve a big old relaxing day in the spa.
Mabel should go run her a nice hot bath, light some candles, put on some music.
Put some salt, Epsom salts, and some Calgon.
And just lay back and relax. Have a couple of drinks. Lay in there until your water gets cold.
Nah, that's making me jealous.
I know, right? Sounds good, don't it? I want a hot tub.
You're a hot tub.
No, I want a hot tub.
Okay. I'll light a fire and put it under the bathtub.
You know they have the Coleman portable hot tubs. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. I'll get right on it.
Okay.
Right next to the Porsche and the pony.
I don't care about all that.
Amy says the boys are just testing each other's testosterone levels. A little bit. There's a little bit of that, yeah. Maureen says, what are you talking about, Amy? Amy says, the members-only videos, Maureen. Maureen says, hi, Linda. And Aaron says, hey, don't insult the peacock. That'll be enough of that peacock talk. Fat Daddy says, it's not gay unless the balls touch. I always heard it was not gay unless you went past the first knuckle. Wait, what? Debbie says, I know for a fact that Kevin would win that cockfight. I'm just saying. Hello. You hadn't seen mine yet. I'm just kidding. Amy says, Aaron, not included. Not included in what?
I think they're talking about cockfight.
Oh. Aaron says, peacock dance. Fabulous. Linda says, Aaron, we love our peacock, but we are still waiting for that peacock dance. Right? I believe we were supposed to get a video like last year.
Yeah, he says he likes line dancing. He could do a peacock dance while he's line dancing.
Mm-hmm. To the left, to the left. Now back. It's hard to line dance in a chair. Maureen says, please like and share this video. Yes, please do. And thank you very much. And join Maureen in getting yourself a J-tag. That's a good thing to do. It looks good, Maureen. Amy says, I've seen the peacock dance. Nice. What was it like? Mabel says there was 150 aircraft. Smiley, smiley. What? Where?
No, when they Venezuela.
Oh, the Venezuela thing. Really? Wow.
Well, yeah, I told you they shut down all their military bases and stuff before they went in and got him.
That's overkill.
Trump wasn't playing.
It sounds to me like he went in with shock and awe on the mind. Shocked the whole country. grab that one guy and leave. Damn.
I think they took his wife too, didn't they?
Yeah. I think maybe his kid too. I'm not sure. I think there was more than a few people taken.
I think it was him and his wife. Maybe his kid. I don't know. I didn't hear nothing about his kid, but I did hear his wife went too. To keep them safe or something.
Maybe, yeah. Amy says it's posted on his wall, Linda. Oh, the peacock dance. Posted on Aaron's wall. Maybe we can get a link to it in the chat. Anybody want to do that? And Linda says, I'll go look for it, Amy. Amy says, I just saw a flash in the screen. Yeah, it's been doing that all night tonight. What can I say? They came out Friday and fixed it, put all new lines in and a new box, handled everything, and then I was getting better internet speed from that. And tonight, right back at it, having no good internet. That if there ain't more proof that they're trying to censor me, there it is. Maureen says, and now, a 6-year-old boy is an orphan. Why on earth she was there at all is confusing. Because she was protesting and wanted to cause trouble for ICE. That's why she went. She is a paid protester, likely. I can't be sure of that, but I'm 50% sure she's a paid protester. Which means it's coordinated. Monkey Juice says, your comment about being justified hasn't come yet until a complete investigation. Wrong. My comment about the shooting being justified is based on the results of what I saw happen. That is a justifiable shooting. That's what I said. You'll see that I'm right when they say he was justified in doing so. And Maureen says, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Amanda?
My chat jumped. She was a protester, Maureen.
Amy says, Maureen, I disagree. Sometimes words do hurt. Kevin says, I said Fab Daddy was being stupid. I never said he was stupid. Another falsehood from Fab Daddy.
Probably a paid protester.
That's what I'm guessing. There's a lot of those. Like I was talking about when they got Maduro. They got him at like 3:30 in the morning. By 6 a.m., there were protesters lining the streets with signs that were freshly printed and very good quality. And there was a lot of the same signs. Somebody's paying for that. Those people didn't make those signs. That is not a grassroots movement. And also, where are they getting them made at? There ain't but so many sign shops that make things like that. And that quality and that quantity of signs came from somewhere big, not the local sign shop, I promise. Maureen says, Amanda, I know, but why she chose to be a protester when her kid only had her for a parent is stupid. I agree. We covered that earlier. As in, she had it coming. This is what she chose to do instead of being a good parent. Amy says, I saw another flash. I can't do anything about it, honey. It's just happening. They hadn't kicked me out yet, so there's something. Fab Daddy says, Trump is the only person to have a FIFA Peace Prize. That's good.
Yeah.
He probably paid for it, and he probably got the guy to do it, but it is good that he's got one. Screw you, Nobel. That's what he's saying. It would have been good if Nobel would have given him the Peace Prize. but they're not ever going to do that, so. And Fab Daddy says, H. Right on. Monkey Juice says, happy birthday, Banhammer. 10 minutes.
Thanks, Monkey.
8 minutes. Linda Davis says, I can argue that it happens often. I don't care what you say. If a 2,000-pound vehicle was headed towards me, I would hope someone would have the balls to stop them. I agree. Amy says, Maureen, I guess she lost custody of her other kids or something. Kevin mentioned it. Yeah, she was had some kids taken away because she was abusive. I don't know if she had all of her kids taken away, but I think 2 of them were taken away because she was abusive. And I don't know how many kids she has. She might be a baby mama for several guys. I don't know. That's called putting emotions before logic. I don't know why that's important, but it does speak to her character. And Maureen says, Amanda, is today your birthday?
No, I already answered that. We've already talked about it.
In about 8 minutes, 7 minutes.
No, we've already talked about it.
Kevin says, I'm done throwing pearls before swine.
You could probably just go through the rest of this pretty quick. It's all pretty much the same stuff that's been said. And
Yep. Amy says, yep, the other 2 kids are with their dad. Thank God. Fab Daddy says, Trump has ruined the Kennedy Performing Arts. How? By taking over and adding his name to it. Why is that ruining it?
Well, Maureen, she lost custody of her other 2 kids, so she clearly didn't have her priorities straight.
I agree. Debbie says, Fab, that is another falsehood, but I'm with Kevin on this. It's not worth it. Maureen says, Amanda, today is my mom's birthday, too. Oh, happy birthday, Mom.
Nice. Mine's tomorrow, the 11th.
And Maureen says, Amanda, early happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thanks, Maureen.
Kevin says, happy birthday, Maureen's mom. Amy says, happy heavenly birthday to your mom, Maureen. Maureen says, thanks, Kevin. And thanks, Amy. Fab Daddy says, I need another cup of coffee. So do I. And then my chat jump. Where am I at?
10:51.
Man, I was at the bottom. And now I'm halfway.
Quarter way. You're only, what? You're still an hour behind.
Ain't gonna make it. All right.
Hold on, you got to go down to Aaron's comment at least. You got to read Aaron's comment.
I'm trying to find out where I was at.
I told you.
You said 10:51.
Yeah.
I'm at 10:47 and I didn't read these.
You did. Happy heavenly birthday. And
Kevin says, the reason I'm upset is because Democrat politicians are performing all of these protests and now people that are doing this are out of control and getting hurt and worse. I agree. Aaron says, coffee. I agree. Can I have some coffee, please? Fab Daddy says, protesting will get you shot. It might, yeah. Here's an idea. Stop protesting. What? How about be a civilized civilian, a citizen? How about support the country you live in and stop fighting against it? How about that? How about stop making politics the leader of everything in your mind? Maybe. Maureen says, Kevin, and the protesters don't get that. The Democrats don't care if they get hurt. They absolutely do not. They're actually rooting for it. Maureen says, Kevin, and the protesters don't get... I read that one. Aaron says, in Alabama, it's wash your sister sauce. Ba-ding, ding, 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 ding. Wash your sister sauce, huh? I like it. It's kind of scary. Amanda says, LOL, Aaron. And Mabel says, people seem to think being a protester makes you immune from lawful commands. Seems that way, doesn't it? That's what'll get you killed right there. That thinking that you're above the law, thinking that you can do whatever you want to do. You can't. The cops can do whatever they want to do. There's nothing you can do about it except get put in jail or get worse. You can say that what they're doing is wrong, and it might be. You telling them that to their face ain't going to make it different. It's going to get you hurt. How about stop doing that? I might need you to take over reading for a minute. Fab Daddy says Trump claimed that he would aid the protesters in Iran if they got mowed down. Guess what? They got mowed down. Guess what? He'll aid them. If he said he would, he'll do it. And Maureen says, Aaron, I love it. LOL. Wash your sister sauce. Kind of gross. Kind of creepy. It's kind of funny. Amy says, protesting is legally protected constitutional right, but it's illegally protesting that causes the issue. Also, by the way, protesting means to stand in front of a government building and voice your opinion. That's a protest, not interrupting a lawful order being executed by federal agents. That's not protesting. That's resisting. There's a difference. A protest is verbal. It is not physical. When you get in the way, you are now being physical. That's not protesting. That's not constitutionally protected. Remember that protesting is under speech, constitutionally protected speech, not constitutionally protected, do whatever the hell you want to do. There's a time and a place for everything. And in their face when they're trying to execute an issue is not the time or the place.
What time are you at?
10:53.
My comment?
Yep.
Agree, Kevin, and violence has gone way up on the ICE officers.
Yeah, and I don't really understand why. Because they are doing a good service for our country. Why would anybody want an illegal person here? Nobody is saying we don't want immigrants. Bring them in legally. What we don't want is people we have no idea who they are or where they came from or what their intentions are. Those people got to go.
Or coming into the country taking $4 billion with our taxpayers' dollars on false daycares.
Yeah, what about all the daycare stuff? That ain't ringing any bells? Alarm bells? Debbie says if the Worcestershire in Shire tastes this good, I wonder what the best Chester in Shire tastes like. Probably better than the worst Chester.
All right, you ready for me to take over?
Yes, please, for a minute.
Being stupid and protesting law enforcement and obstructing and putting civilians in harm's way, they are not educated in the law. Aaron says, a hobbit dance. Aaron says, they live in the Shire. Amy says, getting in the agent's face, screaming and spitting. What point does that prove?
It doesn't. It causes problems.
Aaron says, prove that you can hawk to a spit on that thing.
Oh, she can.
Kevin says politicians should be trying to bring the temperatures down, not encouraging and promoting it even more.
I agree with that, but for some reason they seem to think that it's gaining them votes. It's not.
Debbie says, I can't prove it in chat, but ask Kevin. He will tell you.
That you can hawk to her? Oh, I believe you.
Aaron says, I meant with the agents on his above comment.
Oh. That's different.
Amy says, cover my eyes, smiley face.
Right on.
Nugget says, Fab, misinformation didn't get mowed down. They have took every city in Iran, the Iranian people, they want Islamic State out of their country. Full stop, my friend. Dad is in Iran now.
Amen to that.
Hassan 7187. Love from Pakistan.
Welcome, Hassan. Welcome. Love back to Pakistan.
Kevin says, Debbie is my pimp.
Right on.
I said, hi, Hassan. Hassan says, buy silver.
Yes, buy silver, buy gold.
Amy says, hi, Hassan. Welcome. Please like and subscribe. Aaron says, racks the rifle. Linda says, how much you charging, Debbie?
Right on. I'll buy that for $1.
Right. Amy says, love Jesus.
Amen.
Debbie says, I am, and my fee is 10% if there's any takers.
Hey, 10%, that's good. That's good value for a Hawk Tuah.
Unless it's free.
Well, that's the best value.
Kevin says, Linda, I just want you to know what my percentage is.
Right on.
Amy says, laughy face. Amy says, a server brings my drink and gets my food. Aaron says, Soph, the CEO in the basement.
Hey, right.
With Michael Jackson in the disco.
That was a good damn comment. That's the best comment of the year right there. Amy, you did it.
Yeah, that was great. Debbie says, Kevin, the other 90% is your room and board in the basement.
Oh,
how
damn.
much you willing to pay me, Linda? Fab says, I watched a channel that has put it in floral request about the big
FOIA request, which is Freedom of Information Act.
About the big, beautiful ballroom. And she was the one that has uncovered the AI basement theory. I tend to agree.
Okay, first problem here is the word theory. That means somebody made that shit up. Got it? Second problem is, what difference does it make if there's an AI server in the basement? You think there's not other servers in the basement? Other things going on that you can't see at the White House? Why does that matter? Why is that a thing? Why would it even bother you?
Fab Daddy says, I also believe everything I see on the web.
Right.
That explains a lot.
That explains a lot.
Linda says, it's a liquor, makes great toasted almond drink, and you put it in some cookie and cake recipes too.
What is
the
that?
amaretto.
Oh, amaretto. Gotcha.
Mabel says, yes, Linda, and it's very good in coffee as well.
I don't have to try that.
Nugget says, in London, there was a big protest, Iranian people and Jewish people and British all standing together outside the Iranian embassy.
That's beautiful. That's healing right there.
Fab Daddy says, I believe it's all bullshit. Clearly you don't.
What's all bullshit?
Everything on the internet.
Oh, yeah, most of it is.
Clearly you don't. Linda says, agreed, Mabel. Amy says, that's good, Nugget. Amy says, everything is bullshit.
Everything is bullshit. Everything you think that you know, you don't. It's all bullshit. The more you look, the worse it gets. Believe that.
Mabel said, did my comment get removed?
I don't think so. What did you say?
It's further down. She was just goofing off. But we told her YouTube might have done it.
YouTube does do that. They do snatch some things. And I have no control over that. It's not me doing it.
Linda says, police are trained to double tap and not unload the clip. Fab says, okay, everyone, even though we disagree or agree, I love you, 2 and 5.
Well, I love you too, Fab Daddy. Thank you for being here and thank you for your input, even though it's wrong. And you're a crazy Democrat. I love you. Come on back next time. We'll do it again.
Amy says, YouTube likes to randomly hide comments sometimes. I said, night, Fab. Aaron says, 5 and 5, Fab. I said, what comment, Mabel? And sometimes YouTube blocks comments if it has certain words in it.
Yep.
Fab Daddy says, I'll tell you happy birthday on your birthday. I got really tired of saying happy New Year's 3 and 4 days and after.
Well, her birthday is now. So it's 12:06. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Amanda Banhammer. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I hope you have a great day today, and I will take care of you, honey.
Oh, thank you. You're such a sweetheart.
And I'll slap that ass.
Yeah.
Whatever. Oh.
Mr. P.
Mr.
Anthony.
P.
Says, God bless, gang. See you tomorrow, hopefully.
What's up, buddy? You just coming in to say goodbye?
He's been lurking.
Oh, have you? Well.
Night, Mr. P. You taking over?
I'll take over for a
Okay.
minute till my voice starts going out again. It just starts tightening up and tightening up and tightening up. I just can't keep talking. Linda says, unless it's absolutely necessary, that is. What are we talking about? Oh, unless what's absolutely necessary. Mabel says, I was being cheeky to Jake's comment about what the difference is. If it was 1 or 3, I'm just causing trouble. That's all right. But yeah, YouTube probably snatched it. I apologize for that. I don't know why they do that. It doesn't help. It's just annoying, and it makes us question what we're reading. So stop doing that, YouTube. Let people say what they want to say. As long as it isn't a threat to a person, why would you snatch a comment? You can't control what people think. And have you learned over the last 10 years that your involvement is not going to sway anybody's mind? We're still going to vote for Trump. He'll still be president. You can't stop it. Stop trying. Focus on the things that are important. And tell your friends to stop ruining Star Trek. Moving on. Amy says, where have you been, Mr. P? Lurking? Where have you been hiding? Lurking? Amanda?
LOL. Oh, Mabel.
Amy says, good night, Fab. And John says, nope. I've been working evenings. Just stopped in. I couldn't believe the show was still on. It's been a long show tonight.
It's been a wild argument tonight, Mr. P. You missed it.
It's good, though. It's enjoyable. Mr. P says, if she impedes federal agents, then you get what you get. And she was fully expecting to get into something. Well, she got more than she bargained for. Exactly. And that's saying it as tactfully as possible without putting any emotions or left wing, right wing into it. She went there on purpose, and she got what she went there to get. It just wasn't what she expected it to be. As it often turns out to be, when you buy a line of bullshit, you end up getting way more than you thought you were going to get, because that's how the world works. It gets you. Best way to handle that is stop buying into propaganda. Maureen says, from what I understand, her 6-year-old was in a private school that pushed the criminal invaders agenda. What is it? The criminal invaders agenda? What does that mean?
Hold on, I'll look it up.
Are you talking about the woman that got shot?
Yeah.
Her 6-year-old was in a private school?
Yes.
And the private school pushed the criminal invaders agenda. But I don't know what that means.
I'm looking it up.
Kevin says it is sad, but it cost her life. Yeah, unfortunately. And that's the trouble with entitled teenagers and young people these days, is they don't understand the consequences of what they're doing. They're LARPing. They're not really seriously this anti-America. Most of them are just saying things to be edgy or, be part of the clique because it's cool. They don't consider that it might get them killed.
The criminals invaders agenda refers to a narrative and a set of related U.S. government actions that characterize illegal immigration as hostile invasion by criminal foreign actors, specifically transitional criminal organizations, TCOs, like the Tren de Agua gang. This framework is best for strict enforcement and mass deportation agenda.
Wait, are you saying that she was protesting because her children were taken by ICE? Are you saying that's why she was involved? I'm not sure what you're alluding to there.
They target criminal organizations. Executive orders has specifically targeted TCOs and cartels, aiming for their total elimination from the U.S. and designating groups like the TDA and MS-13 as foreign terrorist organizations. This is used to justify the use of AEA against alleged murderers.
Wow. I didn't know she was involved in anything like that. Mr. P says, with all the threats going against those agents' lives, it's no wonder they're on edge. You all would be too. I agree with that. That's why their guns raised and ready to take action, and that's why she got shot for lunging at him. Had it been a cooler situation, maybe not. But because they're on edge and they're expecting people to attack them, they're ready to use force, and they've been granted the right to do so by the government because they have a job to do, and they're going to do it regardless of whether you protest or not.
And that officer was just hit and drugged by another car 6 months prior.
There you go.
So
was it 6 months or 1 month?
I think it said 6 months.
Maureen says, I'm making my mom's clam dip. Nice. Clam dip. Is that good? I know clam chowder's pretty good. I've never had dip before. Mr. P says, that's my penny's worth on it. Welcome advice there, John. Amanda says,
You ain't wrong, Mr. P.
Amy says, pennies will be collector's items in the future. Get your penny's worth now and later. Nice. Amy says, it'll be midnight before Jake is at the bottom of the chat. It's midnight now. Kevin says, I believe some of these protesters are being paid and others are just not bright. It's a very bad idea to interfere with law enforcement. I know it's being promoted by politicians on the left. It is. And it is a very bad idea. And if I've got one thing to say to the young people of the world is stop ingratiating yourself into these situations because it's going to get you killed. It's not a good thing to do. Step back and let the world run. There's nothing you can do to change it. John says, I added all I got. I'm just here to listen now. I appreciate it, John. Amy says, we're in the Jake's never getting to the end of it. We keep commenting mode. If we keep commenting. Aaron says, here. Right. I'm glad you're here, Aaron. You've been awful quiet tonight. Why? Kevin says, Lamau, Amy. And Amanda says, LOL. Yes, Amy. You can say that. Aaron says, she thought she was Neo in the Matrix, but forgot to slow time. Damn. She got bullet time full speed, huh? Nugget says, chocolate buzz balls. Sexy. I don't know what your haircut has to do with it, though.
He could have been buzzing his balls.
Aaron looks down and says, damn. Coconuts. Amy says, coconut cup holder. It fits perfectly. Linda says the officer that shot her was the truck that went around to block her in so that she could be detained. The truck went around, the one that buzzed by her was going around her to stop her, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Mr. P says liberals think it's cool or something to not comply with law enforcement officials. That's their downfall. I agree, 100%. And no, they do sometimes get stiff. It depends. I've seen it with my own eyes, actually. And Mr. P says, none of that matters, though, after the fact. True. That's what I said. I don't necessarily agree with what happened, but that's what happened. And now you got to deal with it because that's what happened. And, Nugget says, self-defense, I think. I agree with that. John says, there used to be this really screwed up site called Muck Cheese and another one like it. And they showed really messed up stuff in clips. Truly disturbing. And that's where I saw the crazy endings. I've seen things like that. And John says, sorry, Jake, I'm done. I feel bad. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry you feel bad. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? Maybe a smile, a dance? No? I'm with you, though. Amy says, are we still on the Book of Enoch tomorrow night? Yes, ma'am. Yes, we are. Book of Enoch coming up. Amanda?
Yes, Amy.
No, all Mr. P.
Oh, Mr. P. I don't know where I'm at. I can't see my chat.
You said, oh, feel better, Mr. P. Get some rest.
Sorry. Yeah.
11:33. And yes, Amy. Amy says, good night, Mr. P. And Linda says, good night, John, Anthony, Mr. P. Mr. P says, they were called rotten.com. I remember that website. And live.eek or livel.eek. Live leak. There's no dot there. It's just a weird L, I guess. Or my vision is going squirrely. Best gore. Twisted places. I'm still listening. I'm just feeling bad for Jake. Every word I type is getting late, and I'm hanging out in the background, though. It's all right, buddy. I appreciate you feeling bad, but I signed up for this. It's okay. Amy says, Mr. P, I can't watch that stuff. Yeah, that's reminiscent of the Faces of Death videos that came out in the 80s. It's where they show you really gory things. Some of it was real. I don't know why people like watching things like that, but a lot of people do. There's definitely a market for it. I don't like it. I don't like watching things that you can't unsee, like beheadings and things like that. Amy says, heart failure at 65. Did he get the thing? I don't know. Maybe. Amy says, puts on her own aluminum foil hat.
I think I'm going to start making aluminum foil hats and sell them.
Hey, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Untethered Live aluminum foil hat. That'd be something. Amy says, Jake Johnson aluminum foil hats. Reusable.
That's right, Amy.
That's funny. Foil Friday. Wear your hat on Friday. I like it. You're thinking good thoughts there. I like that. Nugget says, put Amanda in a washing machine. That would be a hot tub. Or washing machine.
Don't give him any ideas. Jackass.
I got your hot tub. I got a wash tub hanging on a building out there. I'll fill it up and build a fire.
Just remember who you got to sleep next to.
I'm not asking for a hot tub. If you want a hot tub, I'll get you a hot tub. I might have to kill somebody for it, but I'll get it. Amy says, Nugget, nothing better than a good spin cycle. Yeah, Amanda says, not in the wash tub. I'm not in the washing machine, but on it.
Right.
Now you're talking.
A hot tub might do both of us good.
And Mr. P says, a bespoke Model T Ford hot tub. Right on. Mr. P says, I saw this dude use an old pickup truck bed. He coated it inside, and it's a hot tub now. Pretty cool. That ain't a bad idea.
Yeah, actually. That would work. I didn't say what kind of hot tub it had to be.
Amy says, I've seen that with swimming pools, John.
Yeah.
Pecleed says, who is trying to censor you?
YouTube.
YouTube. The internet. The people at the ISP. Welcome, Pecleed. Welcome to the show. Hit that subscribe button, sir. Or ma'am. Or whomever you may be. Amy says, hi, Pecleed. Welcome. I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm going to say Middle Eastern. John says, yeah, I want to do my own business. Got to get the experience doing it somewhere, though. If you only did 2 jobs a month, you're supplementing your income.
Right.
I do 2 jobs a day. I don't know what you're talking about. My income is bushy at best, especially this time of year. But if you want to start your own business, the rule is nose to the grindstone and don't expect to make any money for 5 years. That's how it goes. That's when you start turning a profit. Mr. P says, I found words only hurt if there's a bit of truth in them. It doesn't mean someone should be ignorant and speak them, though. Well, you got a point there. Amy says, psychic signs. There's a business opportunity.
Right. Talking about the signs that they're making as soon as the protests happen.
I'm thinking, I'm mulling it over in my head. Maybe we should just start up a sign business and just print a bunch of whatever is bullshit in a plug-in where you could just buy the word and stick it on a sign.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd it go?
11:53.
Nugget says a news crew covering the protesters said to one protester, "Are you getting paid for this?" And her answer was,
Yep.
yes.
Most of them are.
Mr. P says, "Happy birthday, Amanda," with lots of birthday cakes and fireworks.
Thank you, thank you.
Or that's a really hairy tarantula.
Fireworks.
Maureen says, happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Amy says, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, thank you.
Linda says, happy birthday, Amanda. I love you.
I love you too, Linda. Thank you.
We love you too.
And I feel old.
You are old.
Not as old as you.
I know.
Guess what? I will always be younger than you.
Guess what? I'm hung like a mule.
A tiny mule.
Tiny mule.
Wonder what a tiny mule would look like.
A mule, but smaller.
Would that be like a Shetland pony?
If you shaved it, yeah. Amy says, I think she wanted to go viral. Vital. Viral? I think she
Viral.
wanted to go viral. Have her 15 minutes of fame. Be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. I agree with that 100%. And I also think that going viral thing is a poison that will kill 1 million people. And also cause a lot of them to go broke. Chasing that 15 minutes of fame. Because for whatever reason, YouTube has made it seem like that it is possible that you could be famous. But everybody can't be famous. You understand that? So everybody that's now trying to be famous is cluttering up the pool for the people that are famous or could be famous. Everybody can't be famous or fame doesn't mean anything. So I think that's a big problem. Everybody assuming that they're all going to be YouTubers and rock stars and whatever. That's the wrong way to live. Live within your means and work for what you get. Maureen says, criminal invaders, illegals, the agenda to keep them here. The agenda is to keep illegals here. And no, I see comment just above. No, see comment just above. Okay. But my question is, are you saying that the girl that got shot, her kids were involved in that?
Yeah, her kid was in a school that, I guess, backed that stuff up or something.
And that's what got her kids taken from her?
Well, no, because she had 3 and 2 of them were taken from her. The kid that she had was in a school that promotes that.
Okay, I understand that, but what did that have to do with her getting shot? Was she there because of that? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I know she'd been spotted in 3 other states in protests.
Yeah. Amy says the left wasn't upset when the cop shot Ashley Babbitt. No outrage then. Apples and oranges, I know. Well, when they do it, it's never a problem. It's only a problem when someone else does it. When they do it, that's the way everything should be. It's perfect. Why are you even questioning it? Nugget says, good night, everyone. Stay safe. Stay safe. Stay hard. Nugget, I love you, buddy. Thank you for being here. God bless you, my friend. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Maureen says, I didn't know there was anything like what Amanda read. What specifically are you referring to?
The thing about the immigrants and all that. The school thing.
What do you mean you didn't know? You said it. I'm not sure what's happening here. Do you understand this?
She did. I guess she didn't know what all it was.
Oh, all right, I get it. All right, I see. Okay. Linda says, good night, Nugget. And Amanda says,
Night, Nugget.
Maureen says, I'll email you the recipe. Nice. Nugget says, 21 again, Amanda.
I wish. LOL.
Does that mean I could just bang half of you?
If I was 21 again, I'd be in trouble. Jake would never let me out the bedroom.
You know it. Are we at the bottom of the chat? Is that real?
Yeah.
You're making shit up.
No. Bottom of the chat.
Jake would be in traction, says John. First true thing said tonight.
Amy backed it up. Amy got it right, too.
Amy says, and thirsty. And thirsty, yes.
Nighters all. See you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Untethered Live for Bible study. Much love, y'all.
And Leonard says, good night all until 8 p.m. Thank you all very much for a wonderful politically night. I enjoyed it very much. I hope you did too. Have a great night. God bless each and every one of you. Be nice to people when you go out there in the world. Don't protest. Stay home. It's dangerous out there. Take care of yourselves and each other. Kevin, good night, my brother. Debbie, good night, sweet lady.
And good night, y'all. I'm going to get me some cuddles.
Hey, cuddle, cuddle.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.